We're going to call the Ramona Unified School District Board of Directors meeting to order. First item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would join me. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all very much. Next item on the agenda is to establish a quorum. We have 3 board members present. Dawn Perfect texted me. She is running late. She will be here. And Roger Dome is out due to a pre-scheduled surgical procedure. He had heart surgery yesterday. So I imagine he's probably watching. He might be home sleeping. Next item on the agenda is public comments regarding items specific to the closed agenda. So I have one card here that says that she wants to be heard before closed session. Is it for an item that is covered in closed session? And that would be Katie Scahan. We will hear that when we come back from closed session, because this public comment session is specifically for items in closed session.
What we want to talk about is what we want you to discuss in closed session.
We cannot discuss it in closed session if it's not on the agenda already.
But it's what you're going to be done with, or
It's not. Then we can discuss it in the regular board meeting. But we're not going to discuss items on the open agenda during closed session. The only thing we're going to talk about during closed session are the items on the agenda specifically that are listed in closed session.
and what are those? Because when we came in, we didn't know what those were.
It's posted in the agenda. I'll read it for you real quick. And typically we try not to get involved in this back and forth type comments, but I will read it for you. Items in closed session tonight are number B1, item B1. It's public employee appointment and employment. Item B2 is conference with labor negotiators. Item B3 is conference with legal counsel based on existing litigation. And item B5 is a student discipline issue. Those are the only items that we will be discussing in closed session. Those items are specifically covered under state law, where we can have those conversations outside the public because they're very sensitive in nature, involving real estate. They could involve personnel decisions or litigation. So those are the only items that we can legally go into closed session and have that confidential conversation. Then we come out and we have the meeting of the board in the public forum. Understood? Absolutely. So, Mrs. Scahan, we will hear you first up when we come back. How's that? All right. Next item on the agenda is to announce that we are going to adjourn to closed session. We will try to return as close to 7 p.m. as possible. It's already been turned in, and we're leaving. I've already adjourned this part of the meeting. You good, Dan? Okay. Good evening. I would like to welcome you to the regular board meeting of the Ramona Unified School District Board of Directors. This is Thursday, February 12th. First item on our agenda tonight is to reconvene our regular board meeting. We would like to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Would Hadley Kelly from Hanson Elementary please come up and join us?
Hello, I'm Hadley Kelly, and I'll be leading the Pledge of Allegiance today. Please stand, face the flag, put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Hadley, very much. And Mr. Rogers, thank you for bringing Hadley to us tonight.
But there's not even a spot for Angela.
So the next item on the agenda is to recognize that we do have an established quorum. We have 4 members of the Board of Directors or Board of Trustees here tonight. Roger Dome is out on an excused absence where he's having a medical procedure. He had heart surgery yesterday, so please give him your good wishes. Next item on the agenda is item C4, and this is going to be a report out on action taken in closed session. Bear with me, please. There's a lot that we took care of, and I'm going to be reading a lot of numbers. So I'll probably have a few mistakes, but bear with me again. Tonight, the board met in closed session to confer with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code, Section 54956.9, Section D, subsection 1. By motion of member Dan Summers, second by member Maya Phillips, the board approved a confidential settlement agreement for special education matter number 2 by the following roll call vote. The ayes were Don Perfect, Maya Phillips, Dan Summers, and Darren Drum. There was no votes in opposition and no abstentions. Next item. The board met in closed session tonight to confer with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Section D, subsection 1. By motion of member Don Perfect, second by member Maya Phillips, the board approved a confidential settlement agreement for special education matter number 1 by the following roll call vote. Voting in as an aye were member Don Perfect, member Maya Phillips, member Dan Summers, and member Darren Drum. There were no votes against and no abstentions. This evening, the board met in closed session to consider student discipline expulsion pursuant to Education Code 35146, 48900, 48912, Section B, 48918, 49060, and 20, United States Code Section 1232G. The board took action regarding student number 25-04. The roll call vote was as follows. Voting aye were members Dan Summers, member Maya Phillips, member Don Perfect, member Darren Drum. There were no votes against and no abstentions. All right, this one's going to be a little long, so please forgive me. In closed session, the board took action to release the following temporary certificated employees pursuant to Education Code Section 44954, effective at the end of the 25-26 school year. Number 107242, number 149127, number 516595, number 537241, number 614344, number 633795, number 635785, number 638799, number 648967, number 654224, number 658294, Number 659-141. Number 667-888. Number 675-396. Number 675-614. The board directed superintendent to send out appropriate legal notices. The roll call vote was as follows. Voting aye were Board Member Darren Drum, Board Member Maya Phillips, Board Member Dan Summers, Board Member Don Perfect. There was no votes against and no abstentions. I hit it all right? Okay. So that was the report out on action taken in closed session. We do not anticipate going back into closed session following our open meeting. Next item on the agenda is item C5. These are instructions for addressing the governing board. Mrs. Perfect is going to read these instructions.
Thank you, and I'm filling in for our clerk vice president, Mr. Dum, in his absence. So instructions for addressing the governing board. The Ramona Unified School District welcomes your participation in school board meetings. To help meetings run smoothly, please observe these guidelines. Complete an orange request to be heard card to speak on any agenda item during the public comment. Speakers will be limited to 3 minutes each with a total of 15 minutes per item. Submit cards to the recording secretary over here, and she will get them up to us, and please do so before the item begins. Late cards will not be accepted. Address the comments to the board, that would be up here, and be considerate of others, so we want to make sure we can hear. Public comment for topics not on the agenda will follow the same time limits. If we have comments that go beyond the 15 minutes per item, we may hear those at the end. So if that's what you desire, please stay around for that. Okay, I think that's it.
Thank you. And for everybody, Mrs. Perfect will be our timekeeper for tonight. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is C6. This is the approval of tonight's agenda.
President Drum, I would like to move approval of the agenda, but I would like to make the following changes. And here items G5 and G6 after section E. This is as a courtesy to those who have come out tonight, so they do not need to stay so late in our agenda. We will need a second for that.
Was there another item that we were interested in moving?
Not that I'm aware of.
G5, G6. Please help me, assuming it
stop.
passes,
Yep.
please help me remember when we get there. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Yes, I'll second.
second.
Okay.
Okay, we do have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Dawn, that's a great idea. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Next item on the agenda is item C7. This is the approval of the consent calendar.
I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
I will second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Was there something on that consent calendar you wanted to pause for?
I appreciate you.
Absolutely.
May I turn it over to Interim Superintendent Wilson?
This evening in closed session in a 5, well, I guess now that we did the consent calendar, it's the 5-0, 4-0 vote. It's a new gig for me, right? Getting the language right. A 4-0 vote. We approved Kathleen as our new Thrive manager. Kathleen has been our supervisor of Thrive, and as Amy Bradshaw has taken over the director role, Kathleen will be moving into the manager role, and we welcome Kathleen in her new position and are excited to see where she takes the team.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
Thank you for the reminder.
Absolutely.
Next item on the agenda is item D1. This is arguably one of our favorite parts of every meeting that we come to in this capacity. Tonight is a school site showcase from Hanson Elementary School. Mr. Rogers?
So, board members, cabinet, and public members of the public that are here, I'm Chris Rogers, the principal at Hanson. I'd like to introduce the members of our Girls on the Run program, and with the permission of the school board, we'd like to tell you a little bit about the program and perhaps lead the public in some of our warm-up exercises.
All right, good evening, board members, cabinet, and all of our amazing RUSD community. These are some of the incredible athletes from our Girls on the Run program at Hanson Elementary. And we're their coaches. Patty Selbrady.
Rainbow.
Celeste Berlin. At Girls on the Run, we don't just run laps. We build confidence that lasts a lifetime. Girls, let's show them how we start every practice. Take it away, Speedy and amazing Amelia.
Everyone, please stand up. We're going to show you how we get our power started. First up, Heidi marches. Hold your arms out in front of you and bring your right knee to your right palm.
Alternate to the left. 1, let's go. 2,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
You're doing all right.
Up next, it's time for some squats. Ready?
Watch. Dan, don't do it. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Now that we've got your attention and your heart rate up, we'll tell you a little bit about our program. Girls on the Run is a physical activity-based positive youth development program. We use running as a tool to teach life skills and build confidence to do hard things like speaking in front of a school board without fainting. Today, the girls want to tell you about their I Can power.
I have the I Can power to try new things, like trying a new vegetable or trying to run a 5K. One of those things are definitely harder than the other one. I have the I Can power to encourage others because yelling, "You've got this," is way more helpful than just saying, "Are we there yet?" I have the I Can power to believe in myself. Even when my legs feel like noodles, I know my brain is the boss of my feet. I have the I Can power to embrace mistakes. If I trip, I call it an unscheduled dirt inspection. We learn that falling down is just a part of moving forward.
These girls are learning that resilience isn't just for the racetrack. It's for the classroom, the playground, and eventually the real world. They are learning that they are capable of things they haven't even dreamed of yet.
Thank you for supporting these future leaders. We've got a 5K to train for, so we're hitting the road.
Could you please introduce your team?
Let me let them introduce themselves because they have their special team names as well.
Hi, my name is Isabella Lopez. Oh, our team name is the Ramona Roadrunners.
What's your girls on the run?
Oh, my name is Intelligent Isa.
Ooh, nice.
My name is Amelia, and my Girls on the Run name is Amazing Amelia. My name's Jacqueline, and my name for Girls on the Run is Speedy. My Girls on the Run name is Happy Monica.
My Girls on the Run name is Vivacious Victoria.
My Girls on the Run name is Adventurous Ariana.
Very nice. So I have one more question. If anybody in the crowd or up here wanted to support this program, tell us how we would do that.
I do believe you can support through the Girls on the Run San Diego website, which is GOTRSD.org. They do have opportunities to do donations. I do think in the future they're going to be doing fundraising. I don't know, they have somebody that just took over the program for San Diego recently. So I think she's trying to get more fundraising. But right now we're funded through.
We're fortunate to be funded through the Thrive program.
Nice.
Which has fully funded all of their memberships, which includes their t-shirts. They get a pair of running shoes. They even donate snacks for our practice. So I just feel very fortunate that we've been supported from them fully. So it's just made that part so much easier for us because the program is a couple $100 for each girl. So
Yeah.
we've been very lucky to be fully funded through the Thrive program. But supporting them coming out for the 5K down in Mission Bay would be amazing. It's coming up May 17th. So it's at Deanza Cove. And anytime you want to stop by practice, it'll be Tuesdays and Thursdays at Hanson Elementary from 2 to 3:30, beginning March 3rd. We're starting the second season, so the spring season.
Nice.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers, could you make sure that the superintendent gets those dates and locations and so she can distribute them to us?
Will do, Darren.
Thank you guys very much. Thanks for coming tonight.
Girls on the Run!
Oh, is Mr. Rogers leaving already? I wanted to hear about, a pie in the face. Are you not going to talk about that?
Oh, yeah, that's part of the Hanson report.
All right. So yes. I don't know who had the brilliant idea, but we are in the middle of mid-year map testing, and we promised the students who met certain goals for language arts and reading that if they met those goals, they can throw a pie in my face. And as a result, students were more motivated, so motivated that we had to split the assemblies up by grade levels. We did.
You took two?
We've got 3 assemblies. This Monday, 3rd and 4th grade, they were the first to finish with their tests, had the chance to throw pies in my face, and a lot of students met goals in math and language arts, so I had 168 pies thrown at my face.
Yes.
Wow, good for you.
Yes.
Great news for Hanson, bad news for my face.
Right. I think if you search for PTA, Hanson's PTA, you might see some video of that.
Nice.
Yes.
That's quite fun.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
They had him in a circle, and he was basically surrounded.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very
it was
nice.
something.
All right. Next item on tonight's agenda is item D2. This is a report from our student board members. Ingrid, I think we started with Eden last time, so why don't we start with you tonight?
Good evening. My name is Ingrid Ferguson. I'm the student board representative from Ramona High School. I'm very honored to have this opportunity to represent my school. I'm really excited to share some highlights from RHS. Firstly, today, ASB kicked off our first Project Read trip by visiting Mount Woodson Elementary School. Students loved reading to our younger classes, and it was so special to see their excitement. Thanks to the generous donations from our community, we were also able to give each student a book to take home. It was an incredible way to start this year's Project Read, and we will be visiting the other elementary schools soon. Athletics continues to thrive at RHS as our girls wrestling team captured the CIF Division III championship for the 2nd consecutive year. Yeah. And they are now advancing to Masters with the hopes of continuing their winning streak. Additionally, our winter sports teams are wrapping up the league play and heading off into the playoffs. Additionally, give a huge congratulations to our song team who departs for Florida tonight to compete in the NDA National Dance Competition this weekend. Beyond athletics, our ROTC students are currently traveling out of state to compete in a national championship event representing RHS with pride. Also, our theater department produced the first RHS theatrical production in over 15 years on January 30th and 31st. The play, Same Room, Different Story, was presented in the PAW. The cast was made up of students from Theater Arts 2 classes and select students from Theater Arts 1. The show was a big success, and it was a wonderful weekend for this new program at RHS. RHS is also thrilled to celebrate and recognize one of our own RHS counselors, Mrs. William, who was selected as the San Diego Counselor of the Year for the 2025-2026 school year. On February 11th, RHS hosted a celebration in her honor, and our culinary department offered her a festive fiesta-style lunch, which was enjoyed by everyone that attended. Furthermore, on February 24th from 5 to 7 p.m., CTE, VAPA, and RHS programs will host an open house and incoming freshman parent night. This event is an opportunity for families to see firsthand what our students are achieving. And that is all I have for you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ingrid. All right, Eden, you're up.
Thank you. Hello, board members. It's good to see you. Mrs. Perfect, Mr. Drum, Mrs. Phillips, Mr. Dom, Mr. Summers, and I would say Superintendent Thurman, but he isn't here. And thank you.
I look a little different.
Oh wait, he changed positions? Wait.
He's out on
I see.
medical leave right now.
Okay. But I would like to thank Leslie and Tori and Tony for gifting me this notebook. I got it, and I appreciate it very much. And also thank you, McMillan, for bringing me this food. For Montecito this week, we had a career night on Wednesday, which I saw a few of you, which some of you I didn't get the opportunity to say hi, but it was good seeing you. It was great seeing all the opportunities, and it's good to know that if I'm looking for a job and want to work at a place, it's right there. And I grabbed a lot of papers, and other students did, so we'll definitely look into that. The WASC also came here, which are the people who review schools and report for our 6-year accreditations. They ask students, teachers, and parents about their experience about Montecito High School, and I think we did well because all our teachers, the whole schools were passionate. A lot of us are. We care about our work, and And for Valentine's, we have been having fun days like anything but Backpack Day, wearing Valentine's colors, wearing Valentine's accessories, and today we wore our pajamas with planning next week to send notes to students, which were made by other students for encouragement, and creating a message board, which the ASB has been working on. Thank you for listening.
So, Eden, I think that the notebook had an inscription on the front, yeah? Yeah. What does it say? The front cover, yeah?
It says, "May you be proud of the work you do, the person you are, and the difference you make."
Very nice. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you. And Ingrid and Eden, thank you very much for coming tonight. We invite you to stick around as long as you're able to, but we understand that students have schedules, and tomorrow morning comes really early for y'all, and you probably have some work tonight. So.
No school tomorrow.
Oh! And I have somebody.
And you know that already, yeah.
I have somebody. So we're going to keep you all night. How's that?
Yeah, you better stay here.
Feel free to bug out because I'm sure you have lots of homework, right?
All right.
All right. Thanks for keeping me straight. Next item on the agenda is item D3. This is a report from California School Employees Association, Chapter 733.
Chapter 733 does not have a statement to make this evening. Our communications officer is feeling under the weather, and so she is not here. And we'd like to give deference to the number of individual employees that have personal statements to make this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is item D4. This is a report from the Ramona Teachers Association.
Hello. First, I want to share some fantastic things happening across our district this month. Our very own Lucille Bosworth, Ramona Elementary Counselor, was featured in a newsletter for the SDCOE, San Diego County Office of Ed, pre-kinder to third grade alignment. And staying in the counseling realm, our RHS counselor, as Ingrid just stated, Ave Williams was just surprised yesterday with the award for San Diego County Counselor of the Year. This year we have been down a counselor the entire year, but she still maintains a high level of care for our students in RUSD. RTL counseling was a big piece of this as it truly focuses on the whole child. We're excited to share that the Ramona Oasis program continues to grow. At our most recent new tutor training, 18 new volunteers joined the team, bringing the total to 45 Oasis volunteers supporting elementary students across the entire district. Their work strengthens reading, writing, vocabulary development, oral discourse, and student social emotional well-being. Miss Moran's class wants to thank all who were able to visit the Gallery G15's pop-up student art exhibition at Ramona High School last week. It was fun, exciting, and engaging for our RHS community to come together and enjoy beautiful and creative artwork made by our very talented RHS students. She has a goal of showcasing every student in each of her classes, which she was able to reach. So she's extremely excited that every student was able to show off their work. Today, 5th grade students at RCC participated in Colonial Day. Students dressed in colonial style clothing and stepped back in time to experience life in the original 13 colonies. They took part in lessons, played colonial games, and enjoyed a traditional colonial feast. My neighbor actually offered me soup tonight from it. Both students and teachers look forward to this fun and educational event every year. OPMS Athletic Club is hosting mini clinics with RHS coaches all spring long. Coach Steve Jones, the varsity basketball coach from Ramona High School, and players are going to kick off their clinics this week in the gym at OP. They hope to connect with as many coaches and advisors or clubs as possible this spring to make connections to learn all about what RHS has to offer. Upcoming is girls volleyball, girls flag football, color guard, and hopefully many more. The TK first grade teachers are very lucky and want to say how much they appreciate Miss Jenny Velasco from Vista Hill providing weekly social emotional hands-on lessons and small groups for students at Ramona Elementary. They are engaged and learn techniques to help with their big emotions. Miss Bristol's students have been focused and excited about learning, and their latest MAP scores verify that. Even as second graders, they understand how important their education is. They come to school each and every day focused, ready, and eager to learn. They show grit, perseverance, and strong work ethic, and their growth has been incredible. Room 3 at Mount Woodson is grateful for their amazing paraeducators who provide constant support and care. All of these amazing things are happening even while layoffs are posted on the board agenda this evening. So I would be amiss if I did not address some concerns with what we are seeing. I truly hope you hear some key points from the speakers tonight as you hear them speak, and thank you for acknowledging and upping G5 and G6. While we understand some cuts may need to be made, I would hope that our district would reconsider some of these and do better. As a district and school board, we hear constantly how important student safety and instruction is, and how that is the top priority in RUSD. Unfortunately, it is extremely clear this is actually not the case based on the proposal and possible action here tonight. When we see safety officers, librarians, and teachers on these layoff lists, but there is not one management position, that shows a complete lack of priority. Ed Services has gone from an assistant superintendent and one management position to an assistant superintendent with 5 management positions in just the last 8 years. And one of those positions was just replaced at the end of last school year, knowing these cuts were coming. As a school board, to approve these decisions and not challenge the thinking of this cabinet is a complete disappointment. And it creates the message to staff that we are expendable. You are telling staff that you can do without those individuals directly impacting students, but we cannot do without management who are completely removed from said students. I ask you, actually I beg you, do better.
You ready?
Next item on the agenda is item E1. This is our public comment section. This is specifically for people who have requested to speak about items that are not on the agenda. So, Mrs. Perfect, you're on.
Yes, we do have several. Let me get the clock back up here. Okay, very good. First up, I would like to call Ruth Stotts. Please come forward to the microphone.
Good evening and welcome. I'll remind you that Mrs. Perfect will be your timekeeper and you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Ruth Stotts. I'm here today not just as a parent, but as someone who believes deeply in what public education can be when leadership is courageous, transparent, committed to growth. Our children deserve nothing less. I'm here to support my daughter Samantha and my grandson Nolan. My husband and I raised 4 children through the Ramona Unified without ever bringing major concerns to this board, even when one of them was expelled. But now, raising my grandson, it has been a fight every step of the way with James Dukes in the district. I have had to pull him out of ESK. His medical diagnosis of autism was dismissed. We've had to pay out of pocket for ABA therapy and a tutor. If I don't fight for his education, who will? And just like Samantha and Nolan, I too was ambushed in the parking lot of James Dukes by an aggressive parent. The dismissiveness and lack of empathy from the principal afterwards was unfathomable. If that phone call to Samantha had gone differently, if she had been listened to, if compassion had been shown, we wouldn't be standing here tonight. That should matter to all of you. These are not isolated incidents. They reflect systematic failures at James Duke and, frankly, within the district. Schools are required to protect students not only from actual harm, but from situations that any reasonable family would find concerning. Leadership isn't a title, it's a daily choice. It's a choice, it's choosing clarity over confusion, action over excuses, and collaboration over silence. Strong leadership doesn't mean having all the answers, it means being willing to face hard questions with integrity. I understand the pressures on this district, budgets are tight, needs are growing, expectations are high, but this is exactly why leadership matters more than ever. When leadership steps forward with a vision and accountability, communities rally behind them. So tonight, I'm asking for leadership that is bold enough to be transparent, humble enough to listen, and strong enough to follow through. I'm asking for decisions rooted in what is best for the students, not what is easiest for adults. I'm asking for the district that leads with purpose, not with reaction. Our children are watching us. They learn far more from what we do than what we say. Let's show them what leadership looks like. Let's show them what accountability looks like. And let's build a school system worthy of their potential. Thank you for your time.
Mrs. Stotts? I'm not 100% sure that I know of your situation, but if you're willing to send me an email, I'm more than happy to meet with you. The superintendent and I will meet with you, and at least listen to your concerns. So my email is on the website.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up, Samantha Stotts.
Mrs. Stotts, welcome, and thank you for coming tonight. I imagine we're probably going to hear something similar, and my invitation is extended to you also.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Samantha Stotts, and I'm here because I refuse to allow my son's safety to be treated as an administrative inconvenience. We are facing a systemic failure in safety at James Dukes Elementary, a failure that was not a mistake, but a choice. When I first reported a high-risk safety breach involving my 5-year-old son, I expected a partner in safety. Instead, I was met with a scoff. I was completely dismissed by a principal who claimed she was unsure of the protocols. An incredible statement considering she not only wrote this permission letter for this person, but she signed the protocol paper. This letter explicitly states that this individual is required to check in at the office and be personally escorted at all times. He was never to be alone on campus, yet he was seen unescorted a minimum of 8 times. When I asked the district for records of these mandatory escort, the district admitted that they have no responsive records. For 29 days, the principal's own safety plan was ignored, not only by this individual, but by the principal herself. As a mother, I now have to look at my son in the eye every single morning and try to explain the unexplainable. I have to promise him that I won't let that mean daddy come near you again, even when his own school refuses to make that same promise. When I served the district with a court-ordered TRO, Assistant Superintendent Newman wrote that this district would remain neutral. He stated that the court's protection order is, and I quote, the responsibility of the restrained person to follow. Think about that. This is a staggering admission of negligence. The district knows that this individual is a Tier 3 high-risk offender. That's why you had to issue the permission letter legally in the first place. To now claim that this district has no duty to enforce a safety order on its own campus and instead is going to rely on the honor system of a child predator is a betrayal of every single parent in this room. You don't get to hand out the keys to the gate and then claim that you are not responsible for who walks through them. This is a definition of deliberate indifference. By choosing to stay neutral rather than enforce a judicial order, you have forced my child out of his classroom. He has already missed 196 minutes of special ed instruction mandated by his IEP due to your unsafe campus. Under the California Constitution, my 5-year-old has an inalienable right to a safe campus. A TRO is not a suggestion for you to debate. It is a mandate for you to follow. In the packets that I have provided each of you, you have the proof, the records that do not exist, the emails from Newman claiming neutrality. And so I ask you, when the next breach happens, and we all know it will, it only took 29 days, who on this dais is prepared to stand in the court of law and explain that my son's safety was not worth the inconvenience of enforcing a judicial order? Which one of you is going to stand and do it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person on
Yes,
the...
next is Shaw Scott Stotts. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. For over 20 years, I've been a direct stakeholder in the RUSD community. First as a parent, now as a grandparent. My involvement has been characterized by active partnership with educators and consistent support of school programs. I have demonstrated a long-term commitment to the success and safety of this district. However, the current leadership at James Dukes under Deborah Long and this board has overseen a disturbing pattern of negligence that I have witnessed and documented over the past 7 years. Despite repeated attempts to address these issues, the district has consistently failed to mitigate known risks, choosing instead to ignore credible threats to student safety. It's kind of ironic, since we're talking about layoffs and safety. Failure to supervise and protect. When a student was physically tied up, harassed, the administration engaged in victim blaming, placing the burden of the assault on the child rather than addressing the failure of the supervision. Premises liability. Leadership was notified of a high-risk physical hazard on James Dew's campus with an electrified fence adjoining the property, yet failed to investigate or mediate the danger, exposing students to potential physical harm. The gross security breach that the administration is allowing a Tier 3 registered sex offender, a classified child predator, unsupervised access to the campus, where he interacted with children. Principal Deborah Long's subsequent admission that she has no knowledge of the governing policies for such threats is documented admission of administrative incompetence. These failures are exacerbated by the lack of oversight during after-hours programs like ESP, where the campus remains open and anybody can walk onto it. By failing to enforce established safety protocols, this district is willfully endangering the student population. I've been around for a hot minute. There are two sayings that I've learned to adopt here in the Ramona school system. Number one, when I worked with the NJROTC, who's done well, and thank you and congratulate them for me. They use the slogan, lead, follow, or get out of the way. Tonight, I'm here to demand that you lead or just get out of the way. Second is our town. We see it everywhere we drive. It's on our football stadium. It's a solidarity, a town that comes together to care for our own, that protects our community. I'm here to make it clear that the lack of accountability and the disregard for our children's safety will no longer be tolerated in our town. If you cannot provide the leadership this community deserves, then you must step aside for someone that will. There's plenty in line. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to Austin White.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Austin White, and I'm here today to address the complete breakdown in administrative leadership and safety oversight in this district. As a father, I send my children to school with the fundamental expectation that the district's own safety protocols, or more than just words on a website, I expect them to be followed. However, we have discovered through a Public Records Act request that for 29 days, mandatory safety protocols were ignored. There is a documented lack of oversight that allowed a high-risk individual to be a ghost on our campus, unmonitored and unmanaged. What is more concerning is that then the initial failure is the district's response to it. When a parent brings a documented safety breach to an administrator, the response should be action and accountability. It should not be a scoff. It should not be a dismissal. And it certainly should not be an official email from district leadership claiming they will remain neutral regarding a Superior Court protective order. Let me be clear. Neutrality is not a leadership strategy. In a school environment, neutrality in the face of a documented safety threat is not objective. It is negligence. By claiming neutrality, the district is effectively outsourcing its safety obligations to the honor system of a restrained person. We are not here because we want to be here. We are here because the leadership at James Dukes and within the district office has failed to provide the transparency and security we are legally owed. The only person in this entire fiasco that has stood up for the safety of our son is his teacher, Mrs. Pinkerton. We expect this board to investigate why mandatory protocols were abandoned for 29 days. We expect you to explain why a court order is being treated as an inconvenience rather than a mandate. At what point does administrative neutrality become a legal and a moral liability for this district? We deserve leadership that values our children's lives more than administrative ease. Leadership that is more concerned with protecting our students than they are with protecting their jobs. The evidence has been provided for you in my wife's packet. We expect a formal response. Thank you.
And next will be Kim Newcomer. You are the last one.
What I'm going to ask seems very petty compared to what these people are asking. I had sent you guys an email on January 29th, and I was pondering term limits for board members. Roger Dahm has been on this board since 2006. Dawn, you've been 2008. Drum, 2016. 2022 for you, right, Maya? And then, were you 2024?
No, it's 22.
2022.
2022.
Yeah, okay, great. And I didn't hear back from any of you, and I asked, would you please add this as an agenda item? And I just wanted to see if you guys are all telling me, no, I'm not going to add this as an agenda item, because I would like to have a discussion about it. What are the pros, what are the cons of having term limits for our board members? How do we get more people engaged? Because, you know, normally it's me. I'm sitting there by myself in these board meetings. And it's so good to see you guys. Thank you for being here. I am so sorry it's under these conditions, and it sucks. So, I don't know if term limits would help, but I think we need to figure out how to engage these people better, and you engage them so they know what's going on. So anyway, my question is, will you please add that as an agenda item so it can be discussed? My second, I didn't make it to that last special board meeting. I think there was a consulting company that you guys hired to like help improve test scores or something, and I don't know what the number, how much are we paying that company? And what are, huh? 300, okay. And what's is there like a document that shows deliverables and that total cost? If I could get those numbers, that would be awesome, and time frame. I apologize, I couldn't make that meeting. So how do I get those? So 2 questions. How do I get that information? And then is anyone going to add that to the agenda?
So staff will respond to your questions.
They didn't after my last time here.
I did.
So, yeah, to my email.
Yes.
Yes.
So staff will respond to your questions. All you got to do is email the superintendent. You can copy me, and we will be sure and get back to you.
On the costs?
On both of your requests.
I did already email you guys. That email was already sent on January 29th. I apologize, I didn't realize that you had taken over. It's awesome.
So that's one of the questions, but the other one was not listed. Unless my memory is failing me right now.
I asked if you would put on the agenda a discussion about term limits for board members.
Yes.
That was it. I haven't heard from you guys whether you will add that as an agenda. I called Dan, my representative.
Your 3 minutes is up. Thank you very much. Feel free. I've told you multiple times.
You guys are awesome.
I've told you multiple times that I'd be more than willing to meet with you.
No, my time is up.
Yeah. So I will be more than willing to meet with you if you want to have a conversation. More than willing.
No, I asked if you would add it as an agenda item and have a discussion.
Okay.
A public discussion.
I'll be more than happy to meet with you one-on-one and answer your questions.
Okay.
Okay. The offer stands.
My question is...
Moving on.
President Drum, item F5, report on spring open house and award scholarship programs.
We have our G items moving up.
Correct. G5 and G6.
Yeah. Next item on tonight's agenda is G5, which is moved up. So I'll turn this over to the superintendent.
Members of the board, item G5 is asking for approval of a preliminary resolution number 2025-2026-13, which is a reduction or elimination of particular kinds of services performed by certificated employees. As the board is aware, the district is facing a budget shortfall for the upcoming school years, and while the district has looked at particular different avenues to shorten and to fill that budget shortfall, one of the ways in which the district is recommending to address the budget shortfall is through the reduction or elimination of particular kinds of services performed by certificated employees. The services recommended are on the Exhibit A, which follows there, and I'll just read through those particular kinds of services. There's general education, K-6, elementary classroom teaching services, 10 positions, 8 of which are vacant, a secondary math teacher, librarian at the middle school, a secondary school counselor, secondary art teacher, secondary science teacher, secondary PE teacher, secondary Spanish teacher, school psychologist, and a teacher on special assignment in the Students with Disability Support System. Accompanying following that is the entire resolution, which outlines the process that the district would go through to proceed with the reduction or elimination of these particular kinds of services. At the end of that resolution, there again is the exhibit, again for the second time, and there's also another exhibit. As you go through the elimination process, you start with seniority, but if there gets to a point where there needs to be a tiebreaker applied, the district engaged in negotiations with RTA, and so Exhibit B would be criteria to be applied to determine the order of layoff, were there to be a tiebreaker needed with employees that had the same seniority date. Okay. It is important to note, I think, or noteworthy to note that of the positions that are identified for this particular reduction in services, you can look on Exhibit A, it totals 18.4 FTEs. An FTE is a full-time equivalent, so one full-time position. They're all of them except for one. One is a 40% position, the teacher on special assignment. Of those 18.4 positions, the district has worked to, as you know, previously the board took action to offer the supplementary retirement plan, and so we have a number of positions that are going to become vacant due to retirements. We also have some other positions that are vacant due to temporary positions. We also have other positions that are vacant due to employees that have left previously. But of those 18.4 positions, it is only anticipated that 3 employees will eventually receive layoff notices. Of those 3 employees, that equates to the 2.4 positions. So there's 2 full-time positions, and that 0.4 position will actually receive layoff notices. All other positions are either vacant, or if there are incumbents in those positions, they will be placed in other positions where there are vacancies. We've worked really hard to limit the number of employees that will be immediately impacted. There will certainly be an impact by the elimination of these services, but that is how many will be immediately impacted by actually receiving laid-off notices. But the district is asking the board to approve this resolution in an attempt to continue to address the budget shortfall.
So will somebody from staff speak about why we're doing this, what the timing of this agenda item is, in that we will continue. First of all, just talk about the timing, and then I'll make my comments after that.
Yeah, as it's outlined in the outlined in here in the first part of the resolution, it says, whereas Education Code sections 44949 and 44955 require action by the Board of Trustees to reduce or eliminate services. There are certain timelines that need to be met with respect to notification of employees, that with respect to the laid off services, and there's those notifications have certain timelines with respect to March dates, including and then up to dates within May. And you have to go through the process because certain employees have the options of requesting hearings. You have to go through this process. If there's tiebreakers, there's also the process of potentially negotiating impacts and effects with the unions. And so there's an entire process to go through, and we have to go through all those steps. And so you have to start early to be able to complete this process by the timeline of being able to actually deliver the layoffs by the timeline of the May date that you have to deliver the actual laid off notice.
So what I'm hearing is we're following the law. What I also am interested in is what are our ongoing efforts to try and save those 3 positions that we are earmarked to send, those 3 people with families who are earmarked for a potential layoff?
Yeah, that's a good question. Some of those 3 particular positions, right now, it's anticipated they will receive a layoff notice, but some of that will depend on how registration, student registration plays out, right? Because right now, specifically at the secondary level, and depending on what classes students sign up for, and what are the needs regarding the master's schedule. We also, what are the needs regarding special education needs? And so right now we can only go right now based upon projections. And so we over notice based upon what we can project, because you have to start now to meet the deadline. But as we move closer and as we go through the process and as enrollment comes in, the district has taken a number of steps to try to tighten that process. As you know, a lot of the district in the past has done enrollment and verification later into the summer. We've taken steps now to do it in the spring, so we have a better handle on the numbers of our student enrollment and who's coming back to our schools, so that we're going to head into the spring being able to staff better and be more proactive instead of reactive. That's one step we're taking. Our schools are moving their registration dates up sooner, so that we have a better handle again on what the master schedule will be at the middle school and the high school, and then we'll respond appropriately. This is the list today, but we'll continue to look at that as we roll through the spring, and adjustments will be made. In a lot of these cases, we come back. If you look at the history in Ramona Unified, the board has approved layoffs like this in February, and then as the year comes out, there are times where the board has rescinded layoff notices as it plays out. Will that happen? I can't tell you today, but that certainly is a possibility, and who knows where this will end up. But right now, we don't anticipate that there's more than the 2.4, and that might even be reduced by the time we get to that point.
Thank you, sir. And haven't we also even hired teachers after the start of the school year because our enrollment in certain grades was higher than we anticipated?
Yes, absolutely. And enrollment absolutely fluctuates. And we meet, cabinet meets, the district leadership meets every single day for the first couple of weeks of the school year, and we make adjustments based upon that.
How challenging is making the master schedule for each principal?
Yeah, it's very challenging. We bring principals in, and this year we've made adjustments. We were having conversations with principals, and then principals were going back and having conversations with their staff. Teachers were working with their staff to make adjustments and changing class schedules and changing grade levels, and everybody was working together. We're hoping to limit that as we move forward with the changes, but absolutely everybody worked together. It's a very fluid situation.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions for staff before we start hearing from members of the public?
Not at this time, but
Okay.
perhaps after the comments.
Absolutely.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and start making my way through these comment cards with a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker, 15 minutes total but I think we can get through all. There's about 8 or 9
Okay,
here.
let's try.
If we're pretty efficient, I think we can probably get them all. So first up, Monica Tepozano. The applause will slow us down, so just caution on that.
Welcome, Monica, and thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I sit before you deeply concerned about the proposed decision to decrease the number of teachers and increase class sizes at our school. While I understand the fiscal challenges facing our district, I must speak to the profound impact this decision will have with one of our most vulnerable and fastest growing student populations, our English learners. Next year, our English learner population in Olive Pierce Middle School is projected to reach 90 students. These are students who rely on us not only for academic instruction, but for access to language, to content, to opportunity, and to their future. Our district's ELD vision states that we will provide meaningful, high-quality learning opportunities for English learners to engage in rigorous, standards-based contests. This vision reflects our commitment to equity and excellence. However, with the proposed staffing reductions, that vision will no longer be attainable. Currently at our site, our ELD teachers also serve as English teachers. With these cuts, they will no longer be able to teach designated ELD classes. This means our students will lose access to high-quality designated ELD instruction. The structured, protected time specifically designed to build the academic language they must have to engage in and succeed with grade-level content. High-quality designated ELD is not optional, it is not supplemental, it is essential. Without our highly qualified English teachers as our ELD teachers, our English learners will be expected to navigate complex academic texts, writing tasks, and discussions without the language scaffolds and targeted instruction they need to succeed. In addition, increasing class sizes will significantly limit our ability to support English learners in their core content classes. Larger class sizes means less individualized attention, less opportunity for small group instruction, fewer chances for teachers to differentiate instruction and monitor language development. When class sizes grow, support shrinks. And when support shrinks, our English learners, students who already face language barriers, will feel that impact first and most severely. Our English learners bring incredible strengths to our campus: multilingualism, cultural richness, resilience, and determination. They deserve a system that invests in their success, not one that unintentionally limits their access. I respectfully urge the board to reconsider these staffing reductions or explore alternative solutions that protect designated ELD instruction provided by highly qualified teachers who specialize in reading, writing, listening, and speaking standards. Tonight, I ask that we demonstrate our commitment to our English learners in providing meaningful, high-quality learning opportunities for our students. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
All right, next up will be James Grizzle, followed by Nicole Brown.
Welcome, Mr. Grizzle.
Thank you, board. This is the best job in the world, hands down. Every night that I drive home, I have a smile on my face, and that's not a lie. That is why I'm so disheartened to see the list of proposed reductions on tonight's agenda. I work with a group of people who have always sought to put students first, but I cannot in good conscience say that these proposed cuts do that. I am concerned that almost all of the cuts are happening at the school site level, but very few, if any, are happening at the district office level. This is not keeping cuts as far away from the classroom as possible. I am concerned that no cuts are coming from management positions. Management plays an important role in ensuring student success, but it is unfair to cut teachers and classified staff while leaving all management positions intact. This is not equitable to staff. I am concerned that we are planning on splitting staff at sites next year when we could possibly avoid this by making cuts at the management level. While I do not want any positions to be cut, we need to consider what is best for students. At my site, the library is a refuge for so many students, and the prospect of it being inaccessible at times because we need to split our library tech is concerning to me and terrifying to my students. I'm concerned that these cuts are happening after our district spent $350,000 on a strategic planning group whose benefits are not yet being felt by students and staff, and that they are happening in spite of the additional reserve money that we keep for economic uncertainty. If there were ever a time to use the extra reserves that we keep, I feel it is now. I am an economist by training. I understand that cuts need to be made. However, I am a teacher first, and I know what is best for kids. I do not think that these cuts are best for students, nor do I think that they are equitable to staff. I urge this board to consider other ways to make these budget reductions in a manner that is more fair to our students and our staff. Thank you for your time.
All right, next up, Nicole Brown, followed by Katie Scahan.
Mrs. Brown, welcome.
Thank you. Let me put my glasses on so I can see. Good evening, and thank you for taking the time to listen to my concerns tonight. As we discuss the district's proposed reductions, I want to express a serious concern about where these reductions are occurring. The current plan appears to prioritize maintaining all management positions while eliminating teachers and staff who work directly with students every day. These decisions send a clear message about whose roles are considered essential, and unfortunately, it is our students who will feel the consequences first. When a district lays off classroom teachers, increases class sizes, and makes no visible reduction to management positions, the impact is felt immediately in our classrooms and in our students' daily learning experiences. Larger class sizes mean less individual attention, fewer academic interventions, and delayed feedback. Teachers have less capacity to identify learning gaps early, which drastically affects struggling students, English learners, and students with IEPs, the very groups we have been intentionally focusing on over the past several years. Behavior is also impacted. As class sizes grow, supervision and relationship building decrease. Teachers are managing more students with fewer supports, leading to increased disruptions, more referrals, and less instructional time. Student achievement and behavior improve through strong, supported classroom instruction. If the district's stated priority, as reflected in our mission statement, is academic growth and a high level of learning for all students, then staffing decisions must reflect that priority by protecting the classroom first.
Thank you. Next is Katie Scahan, followed by Kevin Sojourner.
Mrs. Scahan, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying the procedures.
Sorry, they were what they were.
Yes. Although I appreciate and have compassion looking at this as how it impacts the adults in this, meaning the 2.4 positions, I look at it through the lens of how it impacts the students. Speaking for James Dukes alone, I know 2 great teachers who are retiring, and the positions are not being replaced. The excess students are going to be absorbed by our current upper grade classrooms, making them essentially unfit for instruction based on those numbers. However, I digress. As I prepared for tonight's meeting, I looked closely at the proposed reductions. What really stands out is the cuts are happening at school sites and positions that work directly with students every single day. I don't see the same kind of reductions at the district level. Management positions appear untouched. Specifically, 15 teaching positions are being cut, which will increase class sizes. And when staffing goes down in classrooms, libraries, and student support roles, the effects are immediate. Class sizes grow, access to resources shrinks. Teachers have less time to intervene, less time to build relationships, and less time to meet the needs of each child. I want to share something I learned recently in a professional development here in our district led by Katie Anderson from Conscious Teaching. One idea really stuck with me. Attention works like a tractor beam. Our minds can focus on only one thing at a time. Multitasking is a myth. When a teacher's attention is spread across more students, accuracy and responsiveness suffer. The more students in a class, the harder it is to notice who needs help, to give timely feedback, and to support each learner effectively. This year, I started the year and still have a higher number of kindergarten students performing well below benchmark, and I am determined to help them reach grade level expectations, which I accomplished last year, and I'm determined to do it again. I'm incredibly grateful for the work of our intervention teachers who provide critical support to these students every day. During the 4 days each week, when many of my students are working with the intervention teacher, my class size drops by about 30% for a sacred 25 minutes. And in that short window, I am able to provide focused, small group, Tier 2 support to the students who remain in my room, who did not go to the reading intervention room. I cherish that time, and I've already seen how powerful that time can be. Even this brief period with fewer students allows for more targeted instruction, stronger connection, and real growth. Research consistently shows that smaller classes lead to better learning outcomes, more individualized support, and stronger relationships between teachers and students.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up, Kevin Sojourner, followed by Taylor Vincent.
Kevin, thank you for coming and welcome.
Good evening, members of the Ramona Unified School District Board, Superintendent, and fellow community members. My name is Kevin, and I'm a concerned parent of 3 children who've attended Ramona schools. My oldest daughter graduated last year. My younger two are freshmen this year. I am a proud 1993 Ramona High alumni. I went to Hanson Lane Elementary School as a kindergartner and went straight down the street and graduated 12 years later. I lost my place. Oh yeah, here we go. And my entire extended family has been part of this district for decades. 5 of them. 5 decades. This is our community's foundation. This school system is our community's foundation. Professionally, I serve as a staffing coordinator for the world's largest hospital system. I develop facility staffing plans, train teams nationwide, and build the tools used to calculate FTE requirements. The guiding principle is simple. When resources are tight, protect the roles that directly serve the people who depend on you. In healthcare, that means safeguarding the bedside nurses and patient advocates over administrative positions. The same principles apply in education. Creating or preserving non-student-centered roles while cutting direct engagement positions at school sites is irresponsible. The absence of any management or district positions on the proposed cut list is a clear example of a lack of prioritizing students first. I ask the board to reject this resolution, eliminate district-level redundancies, and invest in the teachers and counselors and aides who work directly with the students every day. Recent data from UC San Diego Senate Administration Working Group on Admissions makes that point clear. Between 2020 and 2025, the number of incoming freshman math skills fell below middle school level and increased nearly 30-fold. Today, 11.8% of the entering class require remedial math. The percentage failing the entry-level writing requirements has risen from 12 to 18%. These are the gaps that are only, these are gaps that only strong site-based direct engagement staff can close. Our children's academic readiness and safety depend on getting this right. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
All right, Taylor Vincent, followed by Katie Potteron. Thank you. Peterson, oh, sorry.
Thank you for coming and welcome.
Good evening. After reviewing this evening's board agenda, I noticed that several positions across the district are being proposed for layoffs. What I found concerning is that none of the certificated positions at the district level appear to be under consideration. All proposed reductions are at the school site level. As leaders of the district, I must respectfully say that this sends the wrong message. The cuts being proposed will have a direct and immediate impact on students and the campuses they attend every day. I also note that not one certificated management position is being reduced. Over the past 8 years, the Educational Services Department has added 4 management positions, and none of those are included in the proposed reductions. In fact, when one of those positions became vacant last year, it was filled. Strong leadership in any organization means ensuring that those doing the frontline work feel the most valued and supported. Expanding at the district office level while threatening positions at school sites suggests that the greatest sacrifices are being asked of those closest to students. Site-level employees are the hands-on backbone of this district, educating, monitoring, supporting, and providing a safe environment for our community's children to grow into tomorrow's leaders. Teachers are already navigating overcrowded classrooms, working to meet state standards while often waiting on curriculum and resources. Increasing that burden by reducing teaching staff will only compound the challenges they face. Similarly, reducing library technicians to just 10 hours per week at elementary schools diminishes a resource that is already stretched thin. These professionals play a meaningful role in supporting literacy and student learning. How do these reductions reflect what is best for our students? Ramona is an extraordinary community, and our school district is a central part of that. I am fortunate to know many individuals across district leadership, school sites, and classrooms, and I have great respect for the work you do. I understand that these decisions are not easy. However, I ask that you step back and remember the core purpose of this district, our students. When difficult decisions must be made, they should be guided by one's principle above all others. Which option will have the least negative impact on our children's educational experience? I urge you to carefully consider whether the proposed cuts truly meet that standard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Katie Peterson.
Hang on one second. How many more do we have?
After this, just one, and I think we can probably get it in.
You guys okay powering through?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, good evening, board members.
Thank you for coming and welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. My name is Katie Peterson, and I'm a parent in this district. I'm here tonight because I'm worried about what these cuts will mean for my children and for the students in our schools. I understand budgets are complicated and that cuts may be necessary, but as a parent, it's hard to hear the district say student learning and student safety are the priorities, while most of the proposed reductions are to the people who work directly with kids every day. When classroom and student support staff are cut, my children lose access to the adults who notice when they're struggling, who provide small group help, who build relationships, and who keep classrooms running safely. Bigger class sizes mean my children get less individual attention and teachers have fewer chances to catch problems early. That doesn't just affect some kids, it affects every kid, and it hits students who need extra support the hardest. I'm concerned that these cuts are mostly happening at school sites while district level positions don't appear to be reduced. From a parent's perspective, that feels backwards. If we truly want what's best for our kids, then we should protect the classroom first. Please make decisions that reflect your stated core priorities. Protect the staffing that directly supports students. Otherwise, you're proving that is not about the students.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our last card is Will Hollander.
Mr. Hollander, thank you for coming and welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you, audience. First, I want to acknowledge that every comment that's been made tonight has been spot on, and I definitely see how these budgets are going to impact the entire school system. But I do want to take a moment to highlight a win that I've personally experienced in the school system, and it is through the Montecito High School my son Eden attends, and I will tell you that so not to embarrass him, but I got
That's your right.
That's a dad's job, right? Yeah. So, but I will tell you, previously he was attending Ramona High School, and we had some medical issues, and him transferring to Montecito was life-changing. We've seen, because of the passion and the care that each one of those individual teachers has given to him and every other student that we've seen on campus, we've seen that passion reignited in him for education. He likes to study on his own, even if it's not part of the curriculum, and which is shocking as a parent, I know. But, and oftentimes we do hear the negative sentiments that are coming across. Or there was a lady who just a few sessions ago, she commented on some of the ways that the kids were dressing in a video that was presented. But like Montecito really does allow a place for the kids to express themselves without judgment, to learn, to grow. And frankly, a big part of that is because of that focused attention that they can give, in part because of the reduced class sizes there. And I think we all have those teachers that we can think back to that really made an impact on us as kids growing up. And it's very rare as a parent for me to say, literally every teacher at Montecito has had that impact on me. Not only that, but Miss Wilson, who absolutely is deserving of the award that she's getting, and also Grant McNiff, who we had never met even before we started dealing with our personal stuff here, that he just jumped in and volunteered his personal time to make sure that Eden was successful during a very difficult time. So just again, a thank you, and I know you guys are facing some difficult decisions, and I do agree with the audience that, while management is important, and sometimes you're working on competing priorities and budgets, the ones that impact the students the most are the teachers that work with them every single day, the counselors, the librarians. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. That concludes our comments on this item.
Mr. Hollander, thank you for your kind words. Just to echo Mr. McNiff, he's one of our finest. He's our most senior teacher in the district, and he brings it every single day. So thank you for those kind words.
Okay.
All right, let's, Eden, you should be proud of your dad.
I am.
Good, good.
I don't act like it.
You got to keep him in his place,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so let's open this agenda item up for discussion. I have questions if nobody else does.
Yeah, go ahead, lead us off.
Okay. I'd like to know where we currently stand with our class sizes, what we currently have versus what we are in a contractual agreement with the Teachers Associate, with the Ramona Teachers Association. What's that delta? And how do we compare as a district in our class sizes to our neighboring districts and across the state? I think I asked a lot there.
You did.
Huh.
So when cabinet has, obviously we've been working on this for months, and one thing we would go back to every time we have this conversation about budget cuts and where we have to cut and what we have to do is we go back to the data and the class sizes. And so I was just pulling up on my computer real fast as I was hearing different people, because I'm like, I want to make sure I have this in my head in case it gets asked. In case somebody brings it up. I could read the tea leaves. So right now, in 25-26, we have a 20-to-1 in TK, right? That's state mandated. In K3, our language is 25-to-1. We currently sit at 22-to-1. So we're below contract average right now for K3.
Okay, so when you say language and contract, that's our agreement, our collective bargaining agreement with the
Correct.
association. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Correct. 4-6, our language right now, 4-6 is, and K3 also is site specific, right? So it's a little bit, right now, the language is different than what fallback language will be contractually if we finish this school year. So at a school site, it's 22-to-1 K3 right now. So we're below contract language in K3.
And what's contract language?
25-to-1.
Okay, thank you.
At 4-6, the contract language is 28-to-1, and we are currently at 28-to-1, plus I believe, and Mr. Newman would have to help me on this one, I think we have a couple of schools or a couple of classrooms that we pay extra because they're a little bit above the 28-to-1. I don't know what that number is. I don't know how many of those teachers are getting the extra teacher or the extra pay that's above 28-to-1. Is that correct? Okay. And then 7-12, I believe our agreement is 33-to-1. I didn't have that on my thing, but we are currently 28-to-1, 7-12. So we're below right now contract language in K3 and 7-12, but 4-6 we're right at contract language.
Okay. How do we compare? And if you don't have this data, please.
No, we really looked at all of this. As we did all of it, we looked at everything. If you know me in particular, you know I'm a data nerd, and I'm constantly looking at that, and I agree with the teachers. I agree with the board. I agree with administration, right? Class size matters. Our teachers matter. We are lower than the county and the state. We are lower. Okay, so I have to give you 24-25 data because I don't have current data for other districts. So
Okay, that's fair.
CDE has on, and what we used, right? CDE has on their webpage class size ratios district-wide for the 49 San Diego County districts. So we're lower than county and lower than state, and I would say lower than most of our like districts. I don't really have, like, I couldn't tell you exactly, but that is what I do have.
So when we say like districts, what category are we like trying to loosely categorize?
You know what, I wouldn't want to, when I'm talking about student to teacher ratio, I would just rather just say we're lower
Okay,
than
that's fair.
county and state. I would have to pull it up specifically to say if it was comparing a unified district to a elementary district versus a secondary, right? There's different types of districts, and then the size of the district also, right? Whether it's we're about 5,000 students, whether it's a 15,000 student district, a 3,000 student district. So there's so many variables. I'd rather just say we're lower than state and lower than county right now.
Okay. Any questions on those numbers? Because I got some more questions. Anything you want,
No, go ahead.
Leslie, to interpret or expand upon? Okay. Give it to me straight. Give it to us straight. How do we compare at management for management employees as they are related to state, county, and local districts if you have it?
I actually do have this. So, because this is something we struggled with, right? Like absolutely struggled with. What do we do? We have compliance issues, we have reports, we have all the things that have to come. And being a unified district, you have both the elementary compliance responsibilities and the secondary responsibilities. And so trying to figure that piece out. We are one of the leanest, if not the leanest district when it comes to student to admin ratios, between 3,000 and 7,000 students. So, at least according to CDE. So looking at that, it's.
Hang on. If you would please let her finish. We didn't interrupt you. And if you want this data, we'd be more than happy to sit down and share it with you.
I would love that.
Perfect. Just reach out to me. Will you please continue?
Sure. We're on definitely the leaner side of school districts when it comes to size-wise. 3,000 to 7,000 is kind of where I hovered because it's hard to, you run out of districts when you only say, we're 4,900 kids or whatever. So really doing a comparison of between 3,000 and 7,000, we are actually the highest student to admin ratio according to the CDE report. It's all I can use to gather data because it's the only thing I have that is based on what all school districts have to do to report to CalPADS that can help us make these decisions, right? So that would be my comparison there. When we look at like unified districts versus not unified districts, we're still on the leaner side than all of them. I think the biggest difference is thinking about the size of our enrollment in comparison to other districts and seeing that we are the leanest district when it comes to admin to student ratios.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for the superintendent on that data?
Not on that data.
Okay. Thank you for being so doggone prepared. I know I could probably ask you 10 more questions and you have all that data just because you overstudied or over-prepared for this meeting.
Well, I think that this matters, right? I think that the people in the room matter. I think that the teachers really matter. And we haven't lamented over all of these decisions for the last few months without looking at a lot of things about scouring the budget, looking for every vacant position, doing all of those pieces. So, and to clarify, I heard often tonight, would it be okay if I clarify something?
Of course.
I heard a lot that there are no management positions being laid off. That is inaccurate. There is one management position being laid off, and there are multiple district office positions being laid off. So I just needed to say that because I do need you to know that there is one. I don't know, they're not in this, so management is dealt with differently than in this paperwork, so it's not necessarily what you see. But I don't know what the rules are but behind our management position not being in here.
As was shared previously, not every savings is happening through a layoff. There's also savings that are happening through retirements. There are savings that are happening through people that have left the district.
And not replacing them.
And not replacing them. Yeah. So there's a multitude of ways in which the district is capturing savings.
And not filling positions and laying them off.
So, sorry, Kevin, this is not back and forth. Reach out and email me or staff. Absolutely. Thanks again for coming so prepared to this meeting. This is, I can tell you one of my goals as expressed to staff was how do we save jobs? And that's because that for me is the personal part of that breadwinner, that getting that letter in the mail saying, you know, hey, you don't work for us next year. And to me, that was my focus. You know, I do understand, and I'm sure my colleagues here too also understand, that, you know, it does have an impact on the students. We've had it really good for a long time, for probably the last 4 or 5 years, where we were able to decrease class sizes lower than our union mandated, or agreed upon is a better way to put it, our union agreed upon numbers, better than the state average, better than the county average. So we've had it pretty good, and we knew these times were coming. I would ask staff to continue to evaluate this issue daily. And I guess I'm still stuck on that person getting that pink slip. I get that it's positions, but positions don't have a face right now for me, right now. But the person opening that letter does. And to me, that's, man, I just don't know how to navigate that. And I understand that there's a staff person on paper versus a person getting a letter. I get it. But if given the choice, I'm choosing to avoid that person getting that letter. And maybe there are people on this board that disagree with me, and I welcome the discourse. But that's where it really gets personal for me. And I get that there are positions. I get it. Anyway, I'm just starting to circle.
I have a question.
Dan.
Yeah. So to clarify, we have laid off an administration position.
Well, we have had a retiree
A retiree, okay.
in management that is not being replaced.
That's not being replaced, to clarify. Thank you.
Yes, I didn't say more than one. I said one. Yeah.
And in school districts of a comparable size to ours, we have a smaller administration or a smaller administration staff than other school districts of a comparable size. Is there a percentage that you can attach to that?
I can't. I don't have that data.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we are.
According to the data that we've looked at.
Thank you.
All right, well, I don't really have any questions about this. It's been pretty thoroughly covered, but it is incredibly painful to be faced with these kinds of decisions, and the process itself makes it seem very impersonal. It is not impersonal. These are real people. These are our friends. These are our neighbors. These are our children's teachers. And I would implore that moving forward, if there is anything that we can do, should this motion recommendation pass, that we try very hard to bring these people back in these positions. They're very important to each and every one.
Good?
That's it. Yeah.
Maya, you have anything?
It's heartbreaking to be facing choices like this. I have nothing more to say except my colleagues expressed it very well.
Okay, we've heard from the public, we've heard from the board. Is there a motion to support this, or does it die for lack of a motion?
It didn't occur to me that that was an option.
It's always an option. But I think we have to make a decision. If we don't, then we back ourselves into a corner. If we approve this resolution tonight, we still have options. If we don't approve this resolution tonight, we close the door to those options. That's just the hard truth of it.
I move to approve.
I'll second.
All right. Any questions for staff or further discussion on this item? All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 4-0. Next, we're going to have the following item, G6 on the agenda. It was moved up. Staff, would you please introduce this?
Members of the board, this is a similar resolution, number 2025-2026-14 for the Board of Trustees of the Ramona Unified School District regarding classified layoff, which is authorizing the district to pursue reduction or discontinuance of particular classified services for the 26-27 school year pursuant to Education Code Sections 45117 and 45308. The services recommended for reductions or discontinuance are found in the chart below, which include a bus driver, dispatcher, campus safety officer 1, campus safety officer 2, campus security at the middle school, campus security at the high school, computer lab assistant, computer technician 1, custodian 1, custodian 1, custodian 1 during the day, district office receptionist, expanded learning assistant 1, food service 1, lead maintenance, library technicians, school site receptionist, special education paraeducator 2, and a special education assistive technology specialist. The number of positions are in the right-hand column as well. It is accompanied by a similar resolution, similar to the certificated resolution. There are certain timelines that are accompanied with notification for these particular services for the reduction and layoff of these services that need to follow those timelines. Similar again to what you discussed as well. This puts the district in position to pursue those reductions. A lot of these positions, many of these positions are and will be vacant. For the board's information, there are 27 positions that are identified. 18 of those positions will be vacant by the end of the school year, leaving 9 of these positions that are being currently held by employees who will potentially receive layoff notices. However, will that actually come to pass? Classified is a little bit different in that they have bumping rights into positions that they've previously held. And so while there are 9 positions that are currently held by employees, those employees we will meet with them, and if they've held other positions, if they're vacant positions, they have opportunities we'll offer them employment in those positions. They also have opportunities to what we call again bump into positions, and less senior employees may then be impacted. So today, I can tell you there won't be any more than 9, and there may be even less than 9, because if they can move into vacant positions, we'll offer them that. But there is kind of a domino effect, because if they bump somebody, then that person will be offered a vacant position, and so on as we go through that. But 27 positions that are impacted, 18 vacant, 9 that are currently held. But how that will play out in the end, we have to go through the entire process.
So let me just,
All right.
one sec.
Sure.
The information that I asked, the questions that I asked of the superintendent, if anybody wants this information, will you please put it in a format that we can distribute it? And then email me and or the superintendent, and we'll make sure you get it. I just want to make sure I touch on that. We do have some speaker slips.
We do.
Mrs. Perfect,
And I think that we should be able to get through these. So
Okay.
as long as we, keep it moving along. So first up, Kim Newcomer.
In previous board meetings that I've been in about the redistricting and the lawsuit that you guys were involved with, there was some implication that the cost of that lawsuit, 1.5 million, 2 million, I could never get that number from you guys. We were going to be able to push out those costs out to later years. So I'm just thinking in my mind how much of what we're doing right now is because of that lawsuit, where we actually kept doing the lawsuit all the way up to the California Supreme Court, and you guys lost, and we did end up keeping the voting districts instead of doing at-large voting. So that just comes into my mind now. The other thing I wonder about is how much of the board expenses are you guys eliminating? Like, are you still having dinner paid for by the district before you come? Are you still going to send all 5 members to the conferences that you go to where you have hotel and dinners and, you know, or are you going to just really slim down and figure out how it is that as a board you guys cannot spend any more money or make decisions that will cost the district money and just suck it up and say, you know what, this is okay, I'm not going to cost the district. So anyway, I just wonder those things, and I never get responses from you, but I'm just still wondering if the expenses, as Tori said before, now this is our pain.
Okay. All right, next up is Amy Williams, followed by Heather Howard.
Hi, thank you for
Sorry.
having me.
Welcome, and thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you. So I originally wasn't prepared to speak, but I am a parent to 4 kids that have been in the Ramona Unified District, and I'm also a TK paraeducator. So I see firsthand how CSOs and support staff work with children and how important it is to have those positions, and how we feel the lack of those positions right now. Our office staff is pulled in to kind of take care of classroom breaks for students who have behavioral setbacks in the classroom. They're not trained or part of their job description to handle those types of things. There's CSO shortages that sometimes there aren't enough CSOs on campus, and student education and safety are listed as top priorities on the mission statements, and that doesn't seem to reflect in these layoffs because these positions work directly with students, and the teachers are overwhelmed, and the support staff really helps them out, and it helps the students. So that was my concern for that. So thank you.
Thank you for coming.
All right, next up, Heather Howard, followed by Alyssa Padilla.
Hi, my name is Heather Howard, and I'm a parent of 3 students at Barnett Elementary School. Budget cuts to library techs are often done quietly, but the loss of Megan's position will not be, because it will not be a quiet loss. It will be heartbreaking for hundreds of students she supports every day. Kids don't just lose a job title, they lose a trusted adult, a safe place, and a constant doorway into reading. And while I'm here with real emotion, I'm also here with real data. Ramona's testing results show we have real literacy work to do. And literacy is exactly what staffed elementary schools support. Ramona's meet/exceeds rate is below the national average, and Barnett's is one of the lowest in our district. So my question is simple. Why would we risk falling further behind by removing library staffing at a site that's already behind the district and the state? California's Department of Ed shows that school libraries are associated with higher student achievement, and that achievement is higher when libraries are staffed and functional. A staffed library is not extra, it's infrastructure. It gives students access to books they may not have at home. It supports instructional by teaching them research skills, digital citizenship, and source evaluation. It builds accountability through checked out and returned materials. And it supports teachers and protects the library from being a storage space that's only open when we need it for a testing room. Let me be clear. Cutting library staff doesn't reduce books checked out, it reduces consistent access to reading and research building, and that shows up in the outcomes we test and we report. So tonight I'm asking, as a parent of 3 girls, 1, to pause this cut until the district presents a public impact plan for Barnett students' access, including library hours, class access, circulation support, and how to research and literary instruction and how it's going to be managed. And number 2, bring forward alternate savings options that preserve the Barnett Elementary School library staffing and keeps Megan in her current position. We've had past librarians. Our students and staff don't want someone who's done the job the longest. We want the person who does the job the best for our students. And if we're serious about improving literacy, which we should be, we don't remove the support that builds readers. Please keep Megan Guile and keep Barnett's library staffed, open, and functioning. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Alyssa Padilla, followed by Megan Guile.
Thank you for coming and welcome.
I am the library technician at Ramona High School, and I am a parent to a current senior and a sophomore at RHS, both of whom have gone through Ramona schools, Mount Woodson, OPMS, and now RHS. As I review the proposed cuts, I see several school site positions listed, as everybody has said, yet I do not see equitable reductions at the district level. What you don't see on the list is the impact of these cuts or the assignment changes that are going to come to some of the remaining staff, myself included. While positions may be eliminated, the workload, it does not disappear. It's just redistributed to the remaining site staff, further straining already limited resources and taking away from current job duties with no increase in pay. Library techs and computer lab aides will now be assigned to multiple schools, decreasing student, teacher, and classroom support. The proposed cuts to library positions are concerning. School libraries, they're not optional or extras. They're essential to meeting RUSD's LCAP goals by providing safe, inclusive, and supportive learning environments. Libraries offer students access to books, technology, academic support, and a trusted adult, myself included, resources many students rely on daily. At Ramona High School, reduced library staffing will mean students no longer have consistent access before or after school, during lunch, or possibly throughout the instructional day. These times are important not only for academic support, but for also maintaining student safety, allowing for mental health breaks. Kids come in and do puzzles, they eat lunch, and provide a secure and supportive environment. I'm asking that any necessary cuts be fair, balanced, and made with the goal of minimizing impact to students. Positions with a direct and measurable impact on students and school climate should not be affected. Our sites will feel these decisions immediately and daily. I urge the board to reconsider these cuts through a lens of equity and alignment with our stated values. Also want to add that we have some library techs in here, and one of my most favorite memories from last year was going on the senior walk back to Mount Woodson and reading a book to the kids. That's a memory we're going to be taking away from kids because they won't have time in 3.9 hours divided among 2 sites to be able to do that. And that would be so sad for those kids to not have one of those final senior memories. Thank you.
All right, and our last speaker slip on this is Megan Guile.
Megan, thank you for coming and welcome.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Megan Guile, and I'm the library technician at Barnett Elementary School. I am here today to ask you to please not take away a career that I love and a role that is vital to our students. As a child at Barnett, I struggled deeply with reading. I didn't truly learn to read until 3rd grade. In the conference room right next to our library, I know firsthand how hard those early years can be. But I also know how life-changing literacy can be. That experience shaped who I am and is the reason I am so passionate about the work I do today. At Barnett, I have worked to create a library that is more than just a room with books. It is a safe place, a place where students feel seen, encouraged, and excited to learn. I support classroom instruction, help build foundational research skills, and foster a love of reading at the most critical stage of development, elementary school. The decision to move a roving library technician model concerns me deeply. This role carries countless responsibilities that cannot simply be spread thinner without consequence. With other positions also being cut, we fear this next school year is being set up for struggle. And it is our children who will feel the impact most. The library is the heart of Barnett. Strong literacy skills begin here. Strong readers become confident learners. I respectfully urge you to reconsider this decision for the sake of our students' academic growth and long-term success. I love Ramona. I grew up here. I went to Barnett. I am a Bobcat for life. I graduated Ramona High School in 2007. My brother is a teacher at Montecito High School. The Ramona school system runs in my veins. Please do not take this away from me. Thank you for your time.
That concludes our speakers on this item.
Okay. All right, any questions for staff on this item?
Okay, well, this is completely miserable. I do see here that there's a big list of positions, these mean people, but many of them are vacant currently. Mr. Newman, was that in anticipation of budget cuts, that these were not filled previously?
The positions that are vacant?
Yes.
Some of them are vacant now, and others are
Right.
vacant if potential retirements or resignations that have already been submitted for the end of the year.
Okay, so I know the answer to my question, and that is that this board was well aware that reduction in force would be necessary in order to make our budget numbers work. So seeing this list, it's not a surprise that we would have a list, but this is a big list. I know that we offered early retirement incentive, and that was successful to a large degree, but it did not alleviate our budget problems completely. That coupled with declining enrollment, and are we down 100 students this year from last? And 100 the year before that?
Correct.
Yeah. So without as many students, we just simply can't support the same number of staff, and it is terrible. I'm a reader. The librarians that have come tonight, and there's been more than one, some are personal friends, and it is excruciating. Thank you for doing what you can, but I hope that we can figure out a way as we move forward to keep these very good people.
Dan?
This time.
Okay. So, for me, it goes back to the position versus the person.
Yeah.
And this one's a little tougher because it's 9 people, right?
It looks that way.
If this resolution passes, I would, again, ask staff to scour the budget every single day for people. And it keeps coming back for me to that. So with that comment, is there a motion?
As excruciating or painful as it might be, I make a motion to adopt this resolution.
Okay. Is there a second? I'll second this motion. Any additional comments from staff or for staff or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item F5. This is a report on spring open house and award scholarship programs for 25-26.
Good evening, Board. The list you have in front of you is the celebrations for the end of the 25-26 school year. It's where our elementary schools
Perhaps the order was a mistake to be talking celebration immediately after that.
Yeah. Our open house, our awards nights, and scholarship nights where our students are honored for their hard work throughout their high school career. These dates will be shared with you by Karina, and the times for PTA meetings and classroom visits are at the bottom.
Thank you.
Okay, this item is information only. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is
I believe it's F6.
F6, which is a second reading of approval for new board policy 5131.8, student use of mobile communication devices.
Governing Board, we have Carrie, the Director of MTSS, back this evening to help present the second reading of the new board policy. You have before you, based on board direction, option 2, which was the inclusion of cell phone use during lunch and passing period with all of the recommended changes to the policy that were noted at the last meeting.
Good evening, Board. The policy in front of you is the one that reflects TK through 8. The personal mobile devices at all times during the school day will be restricted from use. And then in grades 9 through 12, devices will be allowed for brief essential communications for passing periods, as well as during lunch. And then the recommended changes were made. Specifically, the language of taking away backpacks was removed, and we just instead wrote put away. Then there was also the additional bullet that it existed within the K-8 language that said devices may not be used, displayed, or accessed on campus at any time during the school day unless expressly authorized by staff for a specific educational purpose. That was also added to the high school section as requested. We added an additional bullet to the exceptions section that just states that site administrator or designee approval for additional exceptions is another accommodation there. And then the final change was that in the educational purposes section, we added the language, if a device is needed for instructional purposes, the district may provide access in an equitable way. So those were the requested changes in front of you.
Any questions for staff? Any questions for staff?
No, but we do have a comment card.
Okay.
So may I have Corey McDonald come forward, please? You know the usual 3 minutes.
Yeah, I shouldn't need that long. I know at the last meeting it was stated that the board doesn't tell staff how to implement, but simply approves and creates policy. And while I respect that, I would hope that you would talk to the staff at the school sites who would actually implement these policies, because it does affect our day-to-day and our interactions with students. I would hope that you would never create a policy that sets staff up for failure, and that's a disservice as the school board member. So I do appreciate the allowance of lunch, because to micromanage, whether it's 6 minutes or 8 minutes or 12 minutes and what all of that is, the implementation of that would be virtually impossible for staff, especially when we are cutting security at the Ramona High School. The other piece I just want to say, I'm hoping it was a joke, but to say adults possibly having the same rules as students, I truly hope that is a joke, because to imply that our staff should be treated as children is absolutely offensive and ridiculous. Thank you.
That concludes our comments on this item.
Okay, discussion?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. So at our last meeting, I supported actually option 1, no phones during lunch. But the board ultimately chose option 2. I believe that was a mistake. Option 1 is in the best interest of the majority of our students. We should not be prioritizing the convenience or preference of a tiny fraction of students, including a few in leadership roles, over what is healthiest for most kids. Option 2 prioritizes student preference over long-term student well-being. The Ramona Sentinel photo here with the article about this cell phone policy really proves my point. Students are sitting together at lunch, staring at their phones, isolated in their own bubble. Then we wonder why anxiety and mental health issues are skyrocketing and why we keep having to hire more and more psychologists and social workers to respond. And I want to be clear, I absolutely value hearing from students, including our student board members. Their perspectives matter, but listening to students is different from letting student preference drive policy. It's our role as a governing board to set the policy. Of course, many students want their phones. They're addictive. And of course, they will explain why they feel they need them and why there's no other way. That's exactly how addiction plays out. But our responsibility is to act in the best interests of students, not validate harmful habits. The vast majority of students are doing exactly what we see in that newspaper photo during lunch, and that's not healthy. When phone use decreases, face-to-face communication improves. Social skills improve, mental health improves, and over time that reduces our reliance on expanded mental health services and saves the district money on not keeping that many psychologists and social workers on the payroll. In the long run, option 1 is a win-win for the majority of students and for the district's financial health. With that, I move to I'm making a motion to adopt policy 5131.8 with amendment. Amendment striking the second bullet point in the high school grades 9 to 12 section, which currently reads, devices may be used during the lunch break and briefly checked or used for essential communications during the 6-minute passing period window between classes, and replacing it with the following. Devices may not be used or accessed during lunch or any lunchtime activities. They may only be checked or briefly used during the 6-minute passing period window while transitioning to and from lunch. So I made a motion.
Okay, there's a motion on the table. Are there any questions or a second?
I appreciate your intentions there, Maya, with trying to create a healthy learning environment for our kids in the classroom and during their breaks. But the way of society right now is that kids do have cell phones. They use them for a variety of purposes. They touch base with their families. They touch base with their friends. They do what they do. And during lunchtime, I don't feel that we need to regulate that. I do think that if we implement the board policy that's been presented, the revision, second reading, we can always look at this down the road. And if we see that our school environments are not what we would want for our children, then we revisit and we revise. But for now, I'm satisfied with the material that's been presented in the agenda tonight.
All right, so I'll ask it again. We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? That motion dies for lack of a second.
I'd like to move approval of the board policy number 5131.8 as presented in tonight's agenda.
Can we update that policy on what we're voting on?
What's your question?
My question is, what are you proposing? Could we
Can we revise it tonight?
Would you like it, you mean revise it or revisit it down the road or read it to you right now?
restate it so that we understand what we're
This is basically the put away your cell phones during the school day, but you may have them at lunchtime if you're in high school.
And passing periods, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But not in elementary or middle.
Correct.
Thank you.
Giving students the autonomy to make decisions for themselves. We don't need to regulate every minute.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any questions or for staff? Any further questions for staff? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-1 with one absent.
Okay.
Say that again.
Yep.
G2, yes, ma'am. All right, next item on the agenda is item G2. This is the initial proposal from Ramona Teachers Association to Ramona Unified School District for the 2025-2026 reopening of negotiations.
Members of the board, you have before you, as President Drum has mentioned, an initial proposal. We received the initial proposal from RTA. As you know, the district sunshined our initial proposal a number of months ago. We've now received the initial proposal from RTA, which will allow us to begin negotiations with that particular labor group. The articles that they've selected for reopener negotiations are Article 11, Health and Welfare Benefits, Article 12, Salary and Appendices B, and Article 17, Teacher Safety. This is an informational item.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff on this item? All right. Thank you, sir. Next item on the agenda is item G3. This was a public hearing on the initial proposal from Ramona Teachers Association to Ramona Unified School District for the 2025-2026 reopening of negotiations. I will now open the public hearing. If you have any comments that you want the board to hear on this item, whether or not you filled out a speaker slip, please feel free to come up and take advantage of your opportunity. Okay, seeing no members of the public coming forward, I will close the public hearing on this item, and we will move on to item G4. This is approval of an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, between Ramona Unified School District and the California School Employees Association and its Chapter 733 regarding the classification of an employee.
The district is seeking approval of an MOU with regards to reclassification of one particular position, which reclassified the position from an administrative assistant 3 to students with disabilities support services technician. There is no fiscal impact. The job description was approved in January. That this particular position is being reclassified for.
Can you share with us why we do reclassifications?
We do reclassifications for various reasons. This particular reclassification was an administrative assistant 3 is a general clerical position, and the particular assignment in the special education department requires specialized assignments because of the nature of special education, and so a particular job description was written so that this assignment, this particular position, would be specific to the duties that are done within the special education department. So it was written specifically for that department because the previous position was too broad and too general and wasn't able to address the needs of the department.
So tell me if what I'm hearing, what I'm saying I'm hearing is accurate.
Or if what I just said made sense. I get it.
Yeah, no, what I think I'm hearing is that we had a person who was employed here, and somebody recognized that this was their job classification, but this is where they were actually functioning at a much different job classification. Is that correct?
Yeah, we needed them to do more specific tasks to special education, and we wanted to make sure that it fit that job description. So we met with the SCA's negotiating team, and together we rewrote the job description.
So if next year or the following year we recognize, or an employee recognizes, or one of the associations recognize that an employee is really working out of class because of some of the actions we took here tonight, they're more than welcome to bring that request for reclassification forward, and we enter into good faith negotiations and a meet and confer process with their appropriate labor group, correct?
Yes, and I believe that you're saying that in response to one of the comments that was made, you are absolutely
Yes.
correct.
Okay,
You absolutely understand that.
so we have that process,
That's exactly what
Built in.
this process is, and it happens twice a year.
okay.
And
Thank
it can be brought forward by an employee or or the CSCA, or the
Okay.
district.
Okay.
Yep.
So, any questions for staff on this item?
At this time, I'd like to move approval of the memorandum of understanding between Ramona Unified and California School Employee Association, Chapter 733, regarding classification of this employee.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any last minute questions for staff? All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item G5. This is approval of, whoa, wait a minute, already did that one.
We're not doing that.
Right, yeah.
I think we go to H5.
H5 is the next item on the agenda. This is a presentation of the mid-year update for the local control and accountability plan.
Good evening, board members.
And a speaker, okay. Let staff present first, and then we'll hear from our speaker.
Good evening, board members. I have the privilege of presenting the LCAP mid-year update to you this evening. You have the slide deck in front of you, and I will go ahead and get started. So the metrics used in measuring the LCAP or preparing the LCAP mid-year update contains information that was provided to you back in December with regard to results from the California dashboard. There was a presentation at that meeting that provided the data results that from the prior year's dashboard. Assessments and everything. In addition to that, we are also using draft LCAP metrics to date, and specifically we are in year 2 of a 3-year cycle with our LCAP, so 26-27 will be the year 3 final year of this cycle, and then we will start developing a whole nother LCAP for the next 3-year cycle. Additional metrics will be presented to you in an upcoming meeting, specifically in March, and that will be the LCAP survey overview. So we've had an LCAP survey that has been conducted. It just wrapped up. We will be presenting that survey data to you guys for your information, and we will be using that to then change what we bring forward for your approval at the LCAP meetings or at the board meetings in June. So at the first meeting in June, we will be presenting the new the year 3 LCAP for 26-27, and we will have used all of the information that we have been able to compile and review so far this year in making the decisions for year 3s of this cycle. So the LCAP is made up of 5 broad goals, and under each goal are the actions that support the goal in each of the 5 goals. Goal 1 pertains to student learning, that students will be prepared for college and be career and intelligent, responsible citizenry as they experience high-quality, locally controlled, standards-based teaching and learning. Our biggest LCAP action for under Goal 1 is to actively recruit, hire, and retain high-quality staff. This is something that we work on all of the time with the positions that we have open and available. We focus on ongoing postings and active recruiting. Challenges we face with that are our employee compensation, being that we are a semi-rural district and that we are experiencing a budget deficit at this time. However, we do have ongoing efforts continuously to fully staff our positions with qualified staff. Additional actions with regard to Goal 1 and supporting that goal are that we engage in annual graduation plan conferences with students at the high schools in order to make sure that the students are graduating ready for college or career. And we focus, we prioritize certain student groups that receive priority scheduling, annual counseling consultation, and transcripts reviews. And we also provide protected collaboration time between general education and special education staff so that we are able to support the students that have IEPs and to make sure that they are in fact having growth with and success with graduating college and career ready. And that has been demonstrated most recently with some of the dashboard results. Specifically, students with disabilities who have graduated college and career ready has increased from 5.7 to 15.4% over the last 2 years. That's more than tripled. And that is something that should be celebrated. Increasing protected collaboration time for these students has definitely been one of the ways that's supported them. Additionally, with regard to supporting Goal 1, we have an EL master plan that all schools are following, and that is to help provide EL professional learning for staff, as well as align the work of differentiated assisted to build staff capacity. We are also providing math supports for teachers through all the grade levels so that they are in alignment with the California Mathematics Project. We have seen success with our LTEL, which is our long-term English learners, and that student group in particular has seen improvements with every indicator on the California dashboard, which is what Robin presented back in December. And we are just making further efforts to support math growth with all student populations. Goal 2 pertains to a positive and supportive learning environment for students. And one of the actions that supports that goal is that the district hired a behavior specialist in May of 2025. This employee provides direct consultation support to teachers, offers professional development opportunities, and plans behavior interventions for individual students. So provides a lot of differentiated supports. The impact of that has provided bus drivers and paraeducators with de-escalation training as part of the October's Professional Development Day. I can speak personally about the benefit for the bus drivers with this support. Behaviors have been escalating on the buses, and there was a lot of information that's been given to them to help de-escalate situations on the buses, and that was very much appreciated training for the transportation staff. That district behavior specialist also provides office hours for easy access for anybody who feels that they need that support. We also are fully staffed with school social workers and elementary school counselors. There's currently been 124 safety assessments that have been conducted so far this school year. Those have been with regards to threats of self-harm or threats to others. Over 85 families have been supported through case management and other community resources, and there's been well over 300 social and emotional learning lessons so far taught this school year. Another action that supports Goal 2 is focusing on student attendance and improving chronic absenteeism. There's been a lot of support provided to the attendance teams at each school site in order to help address and make sure that they understand the impact of chronic absenteeism, and then providing supports to the families as well in order to try and improve that, and we've actually seen improvement. All students groups except one have declined significantly in chronic absenteeism. So we are definitely seeing growth in that area. And transportation specifically is working very hard to provide students with transportation support. It's in the foster and homeless youth categories when they've been temporarily displaced outside of Ramona. We work really hard to make sure that they still are able to come to school here so that they have that continuation of learning and have some continuity during some traumatic times in their lives. So, with regards to Goal 3 focuses on family collaboration and community engagement, and the SLIS department has launched a parent resource hub that has, as an action to improve communication, and that parent resource hub also provides support in connecting with parents with schools, access to financial assistance programs, and finding ways for families to learn more about attendance improvement and supporting them in those ways. We also provide opportunities of parent university courses for parents and other ways for parents and guardians to be involved in the decision-making processes in the district by having their input in district advisory committees, DLAC focus groups, and just there's been a lot of effort to try and get the community and families more informed. Goal 4 focuses on school facilities and making sure that they are safe, clean, well-maintained, and supportive of healthy learning environments. Quite a bit of work has been done this year to address critical facility and infrastructure repairs. There's also been improvements to the learning environments, as well as district maintenance has been done as well as site improvements to make sure that everything is running as optimally as possible. Specifically, we've cleaned all of the solar panels in the district to make sure that they are operating and as efficiently as possible. There's been restroom renovations, there's been flooring, lighting, and other improvements. Hydration stations have been installed at various sites, and with regard to critical facility and infrastructure, there's been many roof repairs throughout the district. There's been plumbing repairs. There's been a huge water main repair that's taken place. There's many different projects that have taken place so far this year. We also are focusing on installing more security cameras at sites throughout the district. We're working on installing more shade at some of the sites, as well as continuing to install roof labeling on our sites for safety, and also focusing on actually replacing some roofs and putting in some fencing as well. So there's lots of big projects coming up to support Goal 4. And lastly, Goal 5 pertains specifically to Montecito High School and the Future Bound Independent Study Program. They receive equity multiplier funds, and as a requirement of those being able to receive those funds, they must have a specific goal attached to them in the LCAP. And the actions to support this goal have been increasing academic intervention supports for the students at the school site, increasing CTE pathway opportunities, and increasing both academic and mental health support services at the site. And the dashboard has provided some mixed results for the school site. Their suspension rate has gone down almost 10%, which they're in the green, and that's an awesome celebration. The graduation rate took about a 5% reduction, but that's with a caveat that I would like to share. So of the 9 students that didn't graduate last year, 7 of them are back, and they are returning for a 5th year, and they are here, and it looks like they are all on track to graduate this year. So that is a celebration for the success of that program. It might not be the traditional four-year track, but they are indeed graduating. So is there any other, do you have any questions about the mid-year update?
President Brown, would you entertain the comments at this time?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
I wondered what being a rural district had to do with not being able to meet goal number 1. I just didn't understand that one. If anybody understands that, there was how does being a rural district affect number 1, college and career readiness? Is there like budget? We have less budget, or
Hang on a second. Is her email on there?
it's on one of them
Okay.
that I turned in. I got tired of writing them.
Staff will respond to your question.
Okay. Next one, I just was curious, for special needs students, the classroom sizes can be really small. It can be like a one-on-one. Do we have, do we get special budget for special needs students so that, I don't know how to ask that. Is there's special money coming in so we don't drain it from all the other students when we have to do one-on-one with special needs students? Is there special income that we get?
The staff will respond to your questions, but not a lot.
Okay, all right, great. And then the new high school athletic gym or training center that's gonna go in the paper, there was an article about it, and it looked like somebody was donating funds to it. How much is that gonna cost the district to put in, and is there special staffing for that?
We've not had a conversation about that,
Okay.
but I'll
okay.
tell you my personal feelings.
Yeah.
Not a dime while we're laying people off.
I know. Good. That's the answer I wanted to hear. Thanks, you guys.
I think that concludes our comments for this item.
Okay, this is information only. Do you have any questions for staff? Comments?
Just quick question. You said some graduates return for 5th year to complete high school graduate. Which high school do they return to? Not Ramona High?
That was Montecito High School in the Future Bound program.
That's Future Bound, or
Yes.
just for, okay, got it, thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda, looks like it's going to be item H6. This is the approval of acceptance of gifts.
Thank you very much, President Drum. We have 3 generous donations for acceptance this evening. One is for Ramona High School. One supports a kindergarten classroom at James Dukes Elementary, and one will be benefiting our Maintenance and Operations Department. The district appreciates these contributions and requests the board's acceptance.
I would like to move approval of acceptance of these gifts.
All right, is there a second?
Well, second.
Motion and a second. Any questions for staff? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is item H7. This is the approval of acceptance of grants.
Thank you very much. The final administrative services item this evening is for acceptance of grants. Ramona High School has received 2 grants supporting its career technical education program. The first grant from the Foundation for Grossmont and Cuyamaca Colleges will benefit the auto program. The second grant from the California Department of Education supports all CTE pathways offered at Ramona High School. The district requests the board's approval of these grants.
I would be thrilled to move approval of acceptance of these grants and truly appreciate Rosemont Cuyamaca's continued support of our auto CTE pathway.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Just question, where's Palomar?
Next item on the agenda? I don't know,
I mean, we're in their district.
right?
But Rosemont Cuyamaca.
And there may be things behind the scenes specific to CTE that Grossmont Cuyamaca gets for the region. I don't know. I'm just purely throwing it out there as potential speculation. I'm happy we're getting it. So next item on the agenda is item I-1. This is the Ramona Unified School District Strategic Plan Update.
Over the past several weeks, Studer has met with different parent groups, has also met with a few families who are residing within RUSD boundaries but have chosen neighboring districts, homeschool or charter options. Studer meeting with all of these groups is to help us develop our strategic plan, wanting to know why are people choosing to seek education outside of Ramona Unified. So in addition to having our focus groups with our families that are within our school district, we've been working to meet with those outside for different various reasons, whether they're at private school, charter school, and getting some of that information. In addition, we have continued focus groups or one-on-ones with community members and board members continuing into this month. And a huge thank you for the steering committee for providing additional community members because with that outreach, we have successfully met with representatives from all of the recommended focus groups identified by the board. In addition to those focus groups, on March 3rd, all of that information from each of those focus groups will be compiled and shared with the steering committee, and then the hope is sometime between March 4th and the 17th that we look towards having a board workshop where we dig into the information and the recommendations of the steering committee and start talking about what the priorities of the district will be. After that, the steering committee will review any of those drafts, and we will begin to send out a community survey on the 17th. And where we'll get additional input, and then the final steering committee will be on April 7th, where they'll review survey feedback and determine any revisions to the plan.
Okay. Any questions for staff on this agenda item?
Thank you for that update. As most know, I've been a little apprehensive about hiring an outside consultant to do this work. I am hoping that we get results that are workable suggestions to improve our district and to maybe increase our enrollment. I do appreciate the willingness to include in the focus group process my request about people who are not in our district that have students. I think it's very important to find out what it is that we're not offering that maybe we should be. So thank you for that. Oh, we have a card.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Kim.
Next item on the agenda, moving on, anybody opposed? Moving on? Okay. Next item on the agenda is item I-2. This is the first reading and approval, potential approval, of a new board policy 1445. This is a response to immigration enforcement.
Yes, good evening, board members again. Tonight we have the first reading and approval necessary for the board policy 1445. This comes as the state is requiring us to upload this policy by March 1st. And so there are additional documents that have been provided and posted publicly. Because as questions have come in by the board, as we got closer to the board meeting, we wanted to make sure that the public was aware of those questions because we knew that this policy was something that needed to be approved and uploaded to the CDE website by March 1st. So just wanted to draw the public's attention to that information before we get into the discussion of this board policy.
And before we discuss, we do have a card. So President Graham, would you like me to call that speaker name?
Sure, let's hear from him.
William Adelson.
Mr. Adelson, welcome, and thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate your hearing some of my comments. First off, this document uses the term officer or employee of an agency conducting immigration enforcement many times. If it's okay, could I just say ICE as opposed to that? Okay.
Sure.
Thank you. So I just, in my personal opinion, I thought this document did a very good job of threading a needle in that we have a dilemma as a public school, especially in California, with the fact that we legally teach students regardless of their immigration status. I think that's a true statement, correct? Our federal government has a different initiative, and I thought this document did a very good job of trying to thread that needle. I did have some things that I thought could be clarified. It's my experience that very few of us normal humans understand the difference between a judicial warrant and an administrative warrant. And I wondered if that's a thought you might have as to educating our staff on that difference. Lots of the actions I've heard of ICE throughout the country have been done with administrative warrants. This document specifically says that a judicial subpoena, judicial warrant, or court order is required for the actions that ICE would be taking. The second comment I had is that it relates to this paragraph on page 1, beginning with the word "however." If you go there, it's a very interesting paragraph. It basically says, regardless of what's above, schools are pretty much public places. And it's very possible that ICE could show up, I don't know, at a football game, a baseball game, who knows? And so it's referring, I think, to that kind of situation. And it lists things that can I keep going?
How much do you have left?
2 minutes.
Oh, yeah,
1
we
minute?
gave you 3.
1 minute?
Make it quick, please.
Yes,
And
yes.
I would encourage you to email your comments to us, or listen to the lively conversation that we're about to engage.
I did email the comments to Corinna.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
I did.
So please wrap it up.
Yes. So this troubling paragraph, starting with however, I think it should address what happens, what do we do as a school, staff, when ICE shows up without a warrant, and it says here we can't interfere, right? One issue would be, do our staff need to give up passwords? I think that should be very specific. Is giving up a password obstructing the work of ICE? That's just a question. And the last thing I thought was this language I gave to Corinna, which says, in the event that an ICE agent enters school facilities without a judicial warrant, the school officials shall immediately notify the Ramona sheriff and report the activity. Okay, those were my comments.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
And please stick around. It's going to get lively, I think.
Yeah, I know.
Discussion time?
Any
That concludes
questions?
our comments on this item.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Questions?
Yes, so what is the minimum
We'll
we
get
can
to
say about
discussion.
this? I don't know who's making this one.
The policy as written is pretty much the minimum. It's all just the government code. So we took the CSBA policy verbatim and did not make any additions because CSBA just gave us the government code that was required, an example, and then most other districts are adding to what's here because this is what's required.
I have a
So,
commentary.
As usual, I dislike the state pushing us around and forcing us to have a policy that's not something that that we would have been naturally inclined to do. How many cases of immigration enforcement have we had in our district that have affected our school grounds and parents, students, and staff at or adjacent to our school grounds?
I don't know of any.
Including the last one? 0. I know Dan and Maya both have comments.
I
You
have a
guys wanna
question
arm
too,
wrestle?
yeah.
Okay, question, go for it.
Okay, so this policy was required to be adopted in a milder version by July 1st, 2018. Our district never adopted the original policy when it was also required. So I don't know what the reason was.
So,
You were on the board at the time.
you can ask that question of staff, but
Okay.
I would love to, that's not on our agenda. Our agenda is this policy.
Got it.
If we could try to focus our questions to this policy, we can try to provide history at a different time. Yeah, I don't want to violate the Brown Act. I want to stick to this policy. Sorry. Any more questions for staff?
Not a question, I have a comment.
Okay, I know you both do. Do you guys want to arm wrestle to see who goes first, or do you care?
Go ahead.
Okay,
Thank you. So I did review this policy and had some concerns. So as written, this policy appears to place the district at odds with the Trump administration's efforts to strengthen border security and enforce immigration laws, priorities I know many in our community strongly support as well. I'm concerned that adopting it could put the board in a position to ongoing federal law and order initiatives and expose the district to unnecessary conflict or risk. More broadly, I worry that this policy could undermine federal law and order efforts by limiting our ability to address ongoing issues related to illegal immigration. The board has not received a clear and ambiguous reassurance, yes or no, that this policy does not conflict with federal law. We got no response to the question of whether the proposed policy complies with federal law. In fact, it was shared with the board that there is no written legal opinion or memorandum addressing this policy's compliance with federal law. Without language like that, or a written memo, the board is operating in a gray zone. The way this policy has been imposed on every district is so heavy-handed, so adversarial, and so vindictive that it reminds me of the totalitarian rule witnessed under communists in the Soviet Union. Districts were given extremely short notice and no meaningful opportunity to work on policy and bring it back for consideration. The demand that every district uploaded to the California Department of Education created online portal, this demand is unprecedented and the first of its kind. As an immigrant, actually, I would very much like to see actions taken that this mandated policy would prohibit our district from doing. And as an immigrant board member, I cannot in good conscience vote for this abomination of a policy which is being forced upon us by the state of California against our will, essentially at the point of a gun. The state makes a mockery of local control when districts are compelled to adopt policies in this manner. What I see here is the state of California's ruling party dragging school districts into its political games and stoking fear for no reason, as the DHS officially states on its website at dhs.gov, quote, "The U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, does not raid or target schools," quotation marks, ended. So as an immigrant minority trustee representing majority minority, Area 1, and given that we were able to forego this policy when it was first required in 2018 without consequences, I make a motion to postpone this policy indefinitely.
you done?
I made a motion.
Okay, so I believe we have a motion on the floor to postpone this policy indefinitely. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there a second for that motion? Okay, that motion fails for lack of a second. Dan, I know you have some comments. Why don't we run to you next?
Okay. All right. Dear colleagues, jurisdiction over immigration is solely the responsibility of the federal government. States have no legal authority to alter, ignore, or impede immigration laws. California is one of 10 sanctuary states in America. Sanctuary states adopt broad spectrum of policies that limit cooperation with federal enforcement on immigration laws. On this past Tuesday morning, before a congressional hearing, Attorney General Pam Bondi stated that sanctuary states act as a magnet for alien criminals because of their lax approach to alien crime. Consequently, sanctuary states support criminal aliens over the citizens who are vulnerable to criminal alien crime. The CDE is mandating that California school districts adopt a policy that would interfere and impede with the enforcement of immigration laws. The sample policy, 1445, concedes that the state of California has no legal authority over immigration law by stating that school districts must comply with immigration authorities when presented with a valid judicial subpoena, a judicial warrant, or a court order. So, you must ask, what is the purpose of mandating a policy that cannot withstand legal scrutiny and will only serve to impede and obstruct the imposition of federal law? The adopting of Policy 1445 as written places school districts in the untenable position of standing in the way of federal law. No thanks. And shame on the CDE for mandating such a policy under the duress of losing state funding if we don't comply. I have requested a new policy from our district legal advisor through our board president that addresses the above sanctuary state policy with language that is more acceptable. Our legal advisor has produced language in a paragraph that I find to be acceptable and will support. My request is that that language produced by our legal authority be included in whatever policy we will be voting on this evening. Thank you, Mr. President.
Will you read your suggestion and where you would like it to be located on this document?
The language that our legal advisor produced, I do not have access to. It was a paragraph. Do you have it? Here's the language that I find acceptable and will support.
So, sorry. Are you saying this is the language that you would suggest be included in this policy?
Exactly.
Perfect.
Included or in place of?
Great question.
Based on your email, it was included at the top before the policy begins.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the first paragraph, I believe, is what she had proposed.
Will you read it?
So in the position of the first paragraph, I would support.
Okay.
The governing board is committed to the success of all students and to providing a safe and welcoming place for students, their families, and staff. The governing board is also committed to adhering to both federal and state laws and recognizes the important role of all law enforcement agencies in upholding laws and maintaining safety. The governing board is required by California Educational Code, Section 234.7, to adopt this policy. It is not the governing board's intention in doing so to obstruct lawful federal law enforcement actions, and the governing board disapproves of state-level efforts to undermine federal law enforcement authority. The governing board's adoption of this legally required policy should also not be interpreted as criticism of or opposition to any law enforcement agency. Education Code Section 234.7 at subdivisions J and K indicate that failure to adopt a conforming policy may subject the district to a state audit and threatens funding sources needed for our student success. Therefore, the board adopts this policy as follows.
To have a motion with
Okay.
amendments.
Are you in the middle of a motion or not? Sorry. I just
My
wanna take-
motion is to add this paragraph produced by our legal advisors to the beginning of the policy that we adopt. Yeah.
Okay, so help me out, everybody. I think Mrs. Phillips has an addition. I think we should hear it and then see if there's a second, if you would support it as the primary person who made the motion. If we can come to consensus on a motion with her additions, if nobody supports them, then we go backwards. Is everybody okay with that process? Do we think we're heading in the right direction? Or do we need to hear?
Okay, we're discussing adding 2 additions to the existing
So let's
1445.
listen to her
Yes.
and see if we would support that and try to get to a resolution. Does that work for everybody?
Okay.
Okay. What would
Thank
you
you so much.
suggest adding to his?
So I'm making a motion to amend this policy with the following 2 paragraphs. After
Hang
the
on a sec.
Yeah.
Will you please make your motion, will you please ask Dan to accept an addition to his motion? And then if he supports it, great, and then we'll vote on it, because now we have 2 motions.
Okay, I make addition to Dan's motion with my 2 paragraphs.
Thank you. Sorry.
So, after the introductory paragraph, I'm proposing to add, the governing board acknowledges and honors the good work performed by law enforcement agencies, and that's in your handouts as well, in your printed letter. The governing board acknowledges and honors the good work performed by law enforcement agencies, including immigration enforcement, and recognizes the value they bring to the safety and well-being of our community. The governing board adopts this policy solely because it's mandated by the California Education Code, Section 2347, and non-compliance risks, non-compliance risks, state audit, and loss of funding essential to student success. The board opposes this state law as an overreach that hinders federal law enforcement and public safety. Adoption of this policy does not reflect agreement with or endorsement of the states of California restrictions on cooperation with federal authorities. The board remains committed to full compliance with all valid federal law enforcement requests and will not obstruct lawful actions. That's 1 paragraph, and
Okay, hang
another
on.
one.
Yep, hang on one sec. Any opposition to any of that language?
No, I like what she's saying. The question is going to become,
how much redundancy is there?
How much redundancy is, and where would we place this in the policy?
So I took that language, I just made it stronger. It's basically the same thing that Dan was saying.
So
And the second,
are you,
okay, paragraph.
can you guys arm wrestle and see what you want to come up with and then present it to, for a motion? Or I'm just trying to follow process here.
I think that between my proposal is that we adopt Amy's language, which is 1 paragraph, keep it simple. And if we add redundancy with what Maya's putting in, though I like what she's saying, we repeat ourselves.
So I'm going to try to repeat back what I think I heard and tell me if it's accurate.
Okay.
You don't support her suggestion because you believe it's redundant.
I believe there's redundancy in there, and we need to avoid that. I like
Okay.
what she's saying. We're on the same page. We're in agreement. but redundancy is not a good thing.
Okay,
Can I finish?
Yes, I think becoming a cheerleader for a law enforcement agency that is so contentious in our society right now is a mistake and not necessary in a board policy that the state is requiring us to adopt. We might have our own personal feelings one way or the other about that, but my preference would be that we keep our board policy very straightforward, follow the law.
Okay.
May I finish my addendum?
one second.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing is you don't, let me ask this question.
I would support the language created by our attorney as an addition to the CSBA sample policy, and I would encourage board members to work with this a little bit longer. Adopt a policy tonight. We need to stay out of hot water. We need to follow the law. We need to get something on paper, but there do not seem to be any stipulations about when we might revise our board policy.
So what I think I'm hearing is we do have a motion. The original presenter of that motion is not interested in adding to it with the suggested language.
I haven't finished my language.
We're gonna.
Okay.
I promise you. So, period on the first paragraph.
That's not how I understood it.
So, you think you heard something differently?
I thought Dan liked the language I proposed. He just wanted to avoid redundancy. He was not opposed to what I was saying. But we need to maybe merge the two, and it needs to be done in a second reading, I guess, because we can't do it right now, merge two things.
Dan, are you willing to amend your motion?
No, I kind of like it the way it is.
Okay.
And I want to...
She has another paragraph she would like to read and enter into the record.
Yes.
And
please.
then we'll see if the original maker is willing to amend his motion to include your second part. And if yes, then we'll figure it out and make sausage. If no, we still have a motion on the floor. So please read, and then we'll give Dan the option to see if he chooses to amend his motion.
So after paragraph 3b, the disclosure prohibition, add the following. Nothing in this policy shall prohibit, restrict, or in any way limit the sending, receiving, maintaining, or exchanging of information regarding the citizenship or immigration status, lawful or unlawful, of any individual with federal immigration authorities, as required or permitted by 8 U.S. Code, paragraph 1373. So the second amendment explicitly references Federal 8 U.S. Code 1373 to protect employees who share immigration status information as permitted by law, ensuring the policy complies with federal requirements while maintaining its intent. These amendments provide balance, explicitly affirm compliance with federal law, and maintain the policy's intent. For reference, that's, I can make a separate motion about my second amendment.
Not right now, you can't, because we have a motion on the table.
Okay.
So, Dan.
Yes.
Are you interested in amending your original motion to include the second part of her statement?
I am not. I agree with what she's saying wholeheartedly. But I think that we're kind of muddying the water here. Let's keep it simple.
Okay.
And what Dawn said, I understand her position on that, but it was the state of California, it was the CDE that started this fight. They want school districts to bend to their perspectives on immigration. They want school districts to obstruct and interfere with law enforcement up to the point that law enforcement presents a subpoena or a legal document, and then the school districts must comply. And I think that the CDE is putting us in that untenable position between the federal government and the state government. So my motion is that we include Amy's language to start out this policy.
Okay.
And that's it.
Pretty clear. Is there a second for Dan's motion?
I will second that.
Okay.
Before we go, can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Forgot. In case of federal lawsuit, will the state protect us?
That's a question for legal counsel.
So we,
can revise later, but for now, we need to get something on the books. I think we have something before us that we can live with at least for the time being. And while I understand what my board colleagues have said tonight, and I did ask about what sort of immigration enforcement action have we encountered on or adjacent to our schools, and the answer was none. That does not mean that our families are not worried about this. Our families are worried about this. A lot of our families are worried about this, and I'll do what I can to protect students. I will follow the law. I will expect our school district to follow the law. But let's put something in place that gives some sort of comfort to our families, that we are aware of the concerns that they have, the very real concerns that they have. As much as we might, some want to say, rah, rah, go ICE, we have students that may be missing school because of their concerns, and that's not good for them at all. So there may be a place to take up this topic that's not necessarily our board table. We do have state representatives that should be championing for us. We should be taking our concerns to them when it's something that we cannot control here. Here, all we can control is what we do in our own district and stay in compliance with the law, which at this time means having a board policy recorded officially with a first and a second. I intend to do that now.
Okay, so you intend to do that now, or are you calling for the question?
I am.
Okay. We have the motion made by Dan, seconded by Dawn, to add legal counsel's language at the top. Do you think you've got clear direction there? I do. All right. We've got someone who called for the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
as an immigrant, absolutely not.
So
Absolutely no.
you're opposed?
That's correct.
Okay. Motion carries 3-1 with one member absent.
As soon as I might have seemed in this, it doesn't mean that this is closed to me forever. You know, if we get additional information, additional direction, or come up with some language that actually fits with the needs of our community, I would certainly expect to see this back again.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is item I3. This is the selection of CSBA Delegate Assembly ballot. Superintendent, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure. So each year, local school districts and county offices elect the representatives for the California School Board Association Delegate Assembly. You have done this way more times than I have done it. Yeah. And if you turn in your binders, you will have your ballot here. There are...
this might be simple.
Sure.
Okay. When you see the ballot, there are 5 delegate nominees on the ballot. We are allowed to vote for up to 9. There was some sort of a complication with paperwork, the biographical sketches that you see for each of the delegate nominees. I don't know exactly where the problem happened and if it happened throughout the state or just with our district. So being that we have only 5 on our ballot to choose from, voting for up to 9, I would like to propose some write-in candidates as is suggested on the ballot. You will see a list in your packet of currently serving delegates and their term expirations. These are 2-year terms. I personally have selected a few that I would like to see as write-in candidates. The ones that are on the ballot are people that are all known to me already and all very good, with some decent representation from diverse types of school districts, which I think is very important. Sometimes we get very heavy with representation from districts down around the southern part of the county, South Bay, National, Chula. So when I see someone, I'm on here, Ramona, we see Fallbrook, we see Warner, it's very important that we have our more outlying districts represented on the delegate assembly. So Eddie Jones and Melissa absolutely have my support. They are very good at what they do in addition to representing different kinds of districts. Jiwa and Rhea Stewart out there in Cardiff are a little bit newer but also very good. My write-in suggestions come from the list of delegates that you see currently serving. First would be Andrew Hayes from Lakeside. Second, and I'll give this to you in writing if the board chooses, Rudy Lopez from San Ysidro, Marla Stritch from Encinitas.
Slow down, will ya? Sorry. After Rudy Lopez, who do you suggest?
Marla Stritch from Encinitas. And Maria Betancourt Castaneda from National. These individuals are known to me and are very good school board members, very good delegates. I think most of you know Andrew Hayes already personally. You probably don't know Rudy, but he is an affable, knowledgeable school board member down there in San Ysidro. Marla Stritch is almost an expert on state legislation that affects school districts. And Maria Betancourt Castaneda in National brings a really good perspective and approach to influencing CSBA through the delegate assembly.
So let me recap. Those
Yes.
were your suggestions
They are.
for write-ins on this ballot.
Yes, and so at this time, I would like to make a motion that the board adopt this slate of nominees and move it forward as our selection for CSBA delegates. It would be the 9 individuals that I've discussed.
Aren't we voting individually?
You can. My motion is that we just move these 9 forward that I have suggested. But if we don't get a second to doing that, then we'll each individually mark a ballot and tally them.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
I've got Andrew, Rudy, Marla Stritch, Maria Betancourt Castaneda, and who was the other?
The 5 that are at the top, already printed on the ballot. Eddie Jones, Melissa
Oh, okay.
Rowe, Jiwa Mott, myself, and Rhea Stewart.
I would prefer,
For a total of 9.
would prefer not to do that. I don't want to vote for some of those.
I'll second your motion.
Thank you.
Is there any comment or questions for the maker of the motion or staff?
Makes it easy.
So the motion is that we support the people, the 6 members that are written in, plus the 4 suggestions. The 5 members who are written, are printed, plus the 4 suggestions.
Yes, and to keep in mind, school board members are nonpartisan. And while yes, some of these school board members you may know to have some political views different than your own, they do a good job representing the San Diego Region 17 at the delegate assembly and do add thoughtful comments to the discussions.
So if the vote is yes, all of that are adopted. If the vote is no, it means that vote no disapproves of all candidates, or just your proposal to vote in bulk as a group?
The motion is to vote in bulk. Since we're discussing, I suppose if there is someone that has been suggested in bulk that you do not care for, maybe you could get the maker of the motion to change their motion.
That would be a good
Just
solution.
make change the motion to
Is there anyone in particular you don't want to vote for of the 9?
the only write-in. I would agree with Andrew Hayes. and none of the other ones.
Are you willing to amend your motion? Because then it doesn't even come to me, because it would go to you first as the maker. I would also have to amend my second, so
If it fails, then we'll try another.
we'll throw it back up, throw it back out there.
Can I amend the motion, just we vote for each individually?
The motion is to vote for the 9 identified candidates.
Can it
And
be
the motion
amended?
has a second.
Can motion be amended?
She just said she's unwilling to amend the motion. It can be yes. The answer to your question is yes. Do you have another suggestion for amendment?
To vote for each, so each board member votes individual for the candidates.
So you want a process issue. We already have a motion and a second. We're going to need to vote on it. It's going to make your request moot. Unless you're willing to vacate your motion.
I'm fine vacating my motion at this point. Does the second concur?
Sure, sure.
All right. So each of us should mark our ballot, including any writing candidates that we choose, and then send them forward to the superintendent for voting. I would suppose then that anyone on this list that got 3 of our tallies would then be moved forward. Is that a
That
correct
makes
understanding
perfect sense to
of
me, because that would be
a majority?
the majority of those present.
Yes.
Do we need to put our names on the ballot?
I don't have a ballot. I'm sure you do.
Oh, I bet I don't.
Wait, your whole binder's empty.
It's all here.
Hold them under.
Quit picking on me.
But his cell phone's off.
So 3
So
or
let's
more
be
are
fair.
moving forward.
Like 15 nights in a row.
Yeah. So we're just going to move the same ones forward.
Anyone that got at least 3 of our,
Yeah, I think so.
our votes.
So it'll be
I don't know what they look like, so you'll have to do that. Now my penmanship's being tested.
Well, so is mine. I'm in big hurry.
Did you say your patience is
My
being
penmanship. Oh, I don't know how I botched the comment card earlier for Katie Peterson. I know her.
Oh,
I cannot read the name. Oh.
There was a lot. And I don't just mean quantity, it's just a lot.
Five in a row.
So a chance to chat. I believe that this year the annual education conference, where I will be there as a delegate first, and then the conference is in San Diego. So that makes participation a lot easier if we get to that point and choose to.
Okay, so we have 3 votes. We have 4 votes for Eddie Jones, Melissa Crow. Did I say that right?
I think she pronounces the G.
Krog. Don Burfict and Andrew Hayes. There are 4 votes. There are 3 votes for Jiwa Monk, Ray Stewart, Rudy Lopez, Marla Stritch, and Maris Betancourt Castaneda. So that would mean that the following will move forward: Eddie Jones, Melissa Krog, Jiwa Monk, Don Perfect, Ray Stewart, Andrew Hayes, Rudy Lopez, Marla Strick, and Maria Betancourt Castaneda.
Okay, do we need a motion to, let's get a motion to support that.
We do.
So is there somebody willing to make a motion?
I move to support that.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay. Any comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstaining.
Okay, so the motion carries. 3 ayes, 1 abstaining, 1 non-present. All right. Next item on the agenda is item I-4. This is the superintendent's report.
Okay. Before I move into highlights, I just wanted to pause for a minute. With over $8 million in cuts over 2 years, This has been a hard season with hard decisions. Budget reductions and staffing changes impact real people in our community, and we saw that here tonight with this boardroom full. I want to acknowledge that. It's heavy, it's not easy, and I just truly appreciate my cabinet colleagues and all of our administrators in this board who've been working hard to ensure we could minimize the impact on students, programs, and the actual number of people impacted. Even with this looming, as I walk down the hall of the district office or at school sites, I continue to see professionalism, care, and commitment across this district. Even in challenging moments, our staff shows up, and I'm grateful to work alongside that type of a team. It's hard. It's hard. Moving into some more positive news, we heard about Lucille Bosworth at Ramona Elementary already tonight, but I do want to give her a shout out for being named in the SDCOE newsletter, supporting our youngest learners. We're super proud to see her honored, and her impact on students is real and it's lasting. We heard a couple times tonight also about Ave Williams, and some of our board members and cabinet was able to celebrate with the school site staff and see her honored as the 2026 Counselor of the Year by SDCOE. To say she was shocked would be an understatement. We all were there to cheer her on, and it was an emotional moment, and there were absolutely tears. RHS hosted an inaugural VAPA night at the museum. I wasn't able to attend that evening because I was up in Rancho Cucamonga at my CBO conference, but I got a sneak peek beforehand and got to walk through the art exhibit and see all the different sculptures that were laid out. And then as I left campus, I heard the hip hop music, and so I ran into that room and did a little dance with those intermediate dance students. And the excitement in those classrooms by those teachers and by those students was contagious. And I hope that it's a tradition that continues so that next year or maybe in the spring, later in the spring, maybe they'll do it again. I could tell it was going to be a night to remember. Montecito High School sponsored this week a college and career fair, and we heard Eden talk about that. And the hope that fills our gym at the end of this hall with those Montecito students when they talk to prospective employers is something that you just can't even imagine unless you're standing there and you see the students who maybe once thought they didn't have an option or a path forward with career, and they are actually realizing that they do. On a personal note, I received a cutting board made by our Montecito High School construction students this week. It was super special. They put actually my favorite verse on it, which was super important to me, and the craftsmanship was absolutely incredible. It's already sitting on my kitchen counter at home. It's a reminder of the pride and skill that our students bring to their work. I also need to really thank our certificated leaders. They have stepped in the last 2 weeks when principals have been sick and absent, and covered for our principals at school sites. That means putting their own responsibilities aside and stepping in so the staff and the students are supported in the moment. And that kind of teamwork matters. Lastly, I'd like to share that Brian continues to get stronger every day. He enjoys having conversations with us as we check in. Tori was able to chat with him for a moment today, and he is appreciative of the well wishes, and I think he's looking forward to when he's feeling better and not driving around with a pillow on his chest. And we look forward to him coming back as well. As we close tonight, we will move forward. It will be steady and thoughtful, and it will be focused on students, and it won't be easy, but we'll do it together.
Thank you. Maya, why don't we start with you this time?
Okay. So I was able to attend many more events in the district than before. So the events I attended were a Skills USA competition at Montecito, reclassification of English learners, meeting with Basque visiting committee at the Montecito School. Also was at the Hanson Elementary site visit. I attended Montecito High School College and Career Fair. Let me tell you, all those careers were so tempting. Almost maybe I would learn some carpentry skills or masonry and build a house myself. at some point. Also, I was able to go see a night at the museum. And of course, it was a delight to be present at the surprise visit to RHS to honor our high school counselor, Ave Williams, for being selected the San Diego County's High School Counselor of the Year. It was a delight also to meet her family as well. That was very sweet, how everyone that contributed to her success came together. I also want to thank our interim superintendent, Leslie Wilson, for her thoughtful, detailed, and timely written response to my agenda item request regarding the absolutely true diary of a part-time Indian. She provided a clear explanation consistent with our governance team protocol for why the item cannot be advanced at this time, namely the high priority period from January through late spring, dominated by legally mandated and time-sensitive matters. Her response clarified the situation, confirmed that other policy work has been paused unless legally required, and noted that existing parent opt-out policies already address some of the concerns I raised. My request was acknowledged in writing. Clear reasoning was provided. Direct communication took place, and a projected timeline closer to June was offered. This fully satisfies both the spirit and letter of our governance team protocol, which requires collaboration when a board member request cannot be placed on the agenda item immediately. This approach is a meaningful improvement over how the same request of mine was handled previously, when my repeated submissions went unacknowledged for months and no meaningful timeline or explanation was provided. The contrast is significant. I also want to commend Leslie for answering my other board member questions and emails clearly and for sticking to the promised timeline, which made me feel heard and valued. Leslie, your willingness to engage, directly explain the rationale and follow established procedures helps restore confidence in our governance process, and I sincerely appreciate it. I look forward to continued open, responsive, and protocol-compliant communication. Thank you, Leslie.
You good?
Yeah.
Mr. Summers?
I had a wonderful week. Started out with I got to attend that graduation for English learners. And I believe this was probably these little kids' first diploma. And they were all dressed up, and their families were so proud, and there was a big crowd of them. And they came up and they each got a diploma, and they got to shake everyone's hand. It was really a nice event. I look forward to doing that every year. Then I got to go to the Montecito Career Day, like Maya did, and I was there before the students got there. And I did my own little lap. And I was thinking about all these different careers that I've already done. And it was nice to have 25 tables there. A lot of options. And when the kids came, when they were released and came, they came down the hallway, and their gait increased as they got closer and closer to the gym. And they went in there and they had the opportunity to consider a lot of careers. And really well done. And Mrs. Candy needs to be congratulated for the work that she put in putting that thing together. And then I got to go to the Ava's presentation. And Leslie said there were a lot of tears there, including my own. You know, she's sitting there in her office doing her daily chores, and 30 people show up from nowhere, a complete surprise. They walk in on her, including her dad, in a wheelchair. And she steps out of her office, she's looking around, she's trying to figure it out, and she just bursts into tears. And it was one of the sweetest things I've ever had a chance to attend, and well done for everyone who kept that secret. That's it.
Nice. Done perfect.
Yeah, I'll be brief. So, tonight was not a very uplifting meeting. We had to do some work that is difficult, to say the least. But there were a couple of highlights this month for me as a school board member. One was the WASP visit at Montecito High School, where I admit I got a little choked up and emotional talking about the great things happening at that school for our students. I continue to just be so proud of the work that's happening there. And I was able to visit Hanson Elementary for our site visit this month. And that was great fun, seeing Chris Rogers in his element at their morning Hanson Hurrah assembly outside. Boy, he starts promptly and keeps them engaged. And then a nice conversation with him about just, the state of things at his school site. A great visit. And I appreciate Corina and Leslie allowing me a visit to this boardroom during some odd hours because one of my little Hanson grandkids has a piece of artwork on display over there on the bulletin board, and so we wanted to come in and take some pictures. So thank you for allowing us that opportunity and giving me a chance to show them off a little bit. So overall, a pretty good month here in Ramona Unified.
Don, thank you for your comments about what we had to do tonight. This is not an easy task. None of us signed up for this, but this is what we signed up for. I don't know how to make it sound more eloquent, but it's not easy. I don't know if anybody's listening, but I think everybody on this side of the table knows that these are very personal issues. We saw that, we felt that. I would argue that if many of the speakers or people in the audience were in our shoes and had a full understanding of the budget picture that we are facing, that they would probably make very similar decisions. And at the end of the day, there's no easy decision. I told Dan, probably his first meeting, a lot of times what we're going to do on this board is pick the choice that is the best of the worst or the least pleasurable. I used a little different words, but at the end of the day, we have two poor choices. We have to pick the one that is the best of the poor choices. Thank you all for taking this very, very seriously, because it's very serious. Let me change it a little bit. Tori, when you were talking about the LCAP, one of the things that stuck out in my mind is how we've added social workers and counselors to our elementary schools and to our schools. And that's super important. And that's those are the kind of things that have impact on our students. We didn't have those before COVID. But I think it's important to recognize, we didn't have as many as we have today. But I think it's important to recognize that our students are in a different state than they were 10 years ago, 8 years ago. So that's something that I want to try to continue to support as much as we can. But I want to thank staff and cabinet specifically and the whole team for staying true, staying strong, working their tails off, putting in 10 or 12-hour days to get us where we are, sometimes longer than 10 or 12. I know that. We know that. So thank you to every one of those people that are showing up every day and giving us the opportunity to continue to serve the students of this district. Congratulations to Mrs. Williams. All three of my kids have had Mrs. Williams, and she's fantastic. She is passionate. She's compassionate. She's intense in the best way possible, and she's incredibly deserving of this. So she made her mom proud. And then would you please share the San Diego COE newsletter that we've been discussing? And I too attended the English language reclassification, and it was fantastic. It was a moment of pride for us as a district. And then Superintendent Wilson and I attended the annual Chamber of Commerce installation dinner We both brought our spouses at our own expense, and it was, the reason I went is because they were recognizing our classified employee of the year and our teacher of the year. And I wanted to pay them as much respect as I could for their hard work, and it was a nice night. So, and the chamber did a really, really nice event at a wonderful site. So, I just wanted to report that out, that we did attend that also. So, we will adjourn. Our next meeting is March 4th, right here, unless there's any reason not to. Dan, you got something?
Yeah, I need an update on Roger Dome. If I haven't heard anything recent, so I would appreciate if we could get an email out about Roger.
As soon as he is responding, we'll get that out to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We are adjourned.
Sure.